and an appreciation to our media sponsors, Denton Roddick and MDEC. Thank you for joining us at this event. Before we begin, I will go over a few items on today's virtual symposium. On your screen, left-hand side, you may find some handouts available. There, you can find the conference booklet with information about speakers and upcoming events. You can also download the annual Tech M&A Market Report produced by the Quorum Group. Moving on, I am pleased to introduce you to Mark White, Senior Vice President at Quorum and our conference chair for today's event. Welcome, Mark. The stage is yours.
Thanks, Anna. And if I can add my welcome to everyone who's joining us today from wherever you are in the world, it's great to have you with us. My name is Mark White. I'm a Senior Vice President with the Quorum Group. It's my pleasure to be chairing growth and exit strategies today. I'm a Senior Vice President with the Quorum Group, and I started with Quorum just at the commencement of 2020 here in Singapore, helping us build up our growth and expansion right around the Asia, Middle East, and Pacific regions. I've been delighted to be involved in a number of transactions across those times. In particular, I've enjoyed the collaboration with Wealth Financial Symposiums for events such as this growth and exit strategies. So you're in for a great afternoon, and we hope you'll enjoy today's sessions. So let's get started. First, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Tim Goddard, EVP of Corporate Strategy at Quorum. Each year, Quorum publishes the top 10 disruptive tech trends that we see in the industry we believe are really driving the M&A space. So let's go to Tim. Over to you, Tim.
Hi, I'm Tim Goddard, EVP of Corporate Strategies at Quorum. Now, every year here at Quorum, we leverage our unique vantage point in the marketplace to develop the top 10 disruptive trends that we see driving deals. We take the thousands of interactions with tech companies through our educational conferences, the research for events like this one, as well as the thousands of conversations that we have with buyers for our clients, and we synthesize it into the leading list of its kind every year. These are the trends that you want to understand as a CEO considering the tech M&A market today, or as a buyer seeking to make acquisitions, because they are shaping the tech M&A environment. Now, one of the reasons we continue to see such extraordinarily strong tech M&A in the last year, even with the somewhat chaotic economic news, is that the sheer amount of disruption happening creates the change that drives strategic imperative for buyers. Properly positioning your company in relation to this disruption is critical to getting the true value of your company. Well-positioned companies get sold. So, let's take a look at our top 10 disruptive trends for 2023. As in the past, our foundational trends are those that are changing things at a core level of society, technology, or the economy, while functional trends describe how that disruption is playing out in specific markets and technologies. So, let's dig in. People-centric productivity remains our leading trend. At a basic level, that's what software is all about, and now perhaps more than ever. The changes in employment patterns sparked during COVID seem to be holding up, with unemployment still at historic lows and worker shortages continuing to be a fact of life across the globe. AI was supposed to put everyone out of a job, but even with advances, that has not happened. The individual worker is more valuable than ever, wielding AI and tech to become more productive than ever. This is driving demand for tools that enable companies to attract, retain, and empower employees at every level. Now, this has the most relevance, obviously, for human resources deals, and both 2021 and 2022 set deal volume records in that space. Here at Quorum, we definitely saw an uptick in HR deals, including reference checking platform Vitae, acquired by SureSwift Capital, and analytics platform People Insight, acquired by HireRoad. This trend is also a key driver of interest in automation technologies that make workers more efficient, either by automating repetitive tasks, with robotic process automation being a key sub-trend here, or by providing knowledge and decision support tools that enable the maybe less experienced workers to fill the gaps being left by the waves of retirements that we're seeing across industries. Vertical software companies with these capabilities in particular should be looking at today's tech M&A market. Composite commerce remains a key driver of tech M&A. Today's consumers have more options than ever when it comes to how they get the things they want, whether groceries, apparel, or food from their favorite restaurant. Do you go inside? Curbside pickup, delivery, through an app or on the web, maybe by text or even an old-fashioned phone call. Do you go direct, or maybe do you go through an app or an exchange of some kind? Every business selling to consumers has to consider all of these angles, and that's becoming more and more true in the B2B sector as well. Now, in addition to the technology and services enabling digital transformation across retail, like Quorum Client Retail Consult, acquired by Gyrus Capital, we're seeing significant interest in customer experience management tools that ensure a uniform and seamless interaction regardless of the context. Quorum Client SolveMate, acquired by Dixa, enables and enhances customer support, especially for e-commerce companies, while Better Branches, which we sold to Embrace Software, focused on unifying that customer experience at credit unions over both video and in-person visitor management. Meanwhile, software companies continue to find that enabling and controlling the digital flow of payments across all of these channels is a way to both drive revenue and create value for their customers as well as their customers' customers. Now, actionable analytics. This is a broad term for the variety of technologies that play a role in harvesting the massive amount of data being created at every moment and then turning that data into not descriptive visualizations and dashboards, but rather prescriptive decision support tools that enable faster, better decision-making up and down the corporate ladder. These are not usually going to be generic analytical tools, but they tend to be embedded in the platforms that can access the data necessary to run the numbers and point to optimal actions, as well as the supporting data management technologies that underlie the entire data infrastructure that make these advanced analytics possible. Corporate performance management is a relevant sector here, headlined by the $1 billion take-private of Anaplan by Thoma Bravo and a 16 times revenue multiple. But you can see the principles here driving deals in every sector. We mentioned the HR analytics deal before, Quorum Client People Insight, or another Quorum client, MotiveBase, was acquired by Lux Research for its unique capabilities to leverage predictive anthropology and big data to drive improved consumer research. And yet another Quorum client, Rented, provides dynamic pricing models for vacation rentals and was acquired by TravelNet Solutions. One of our new trends is enterprise ops. Technology leveraging the continuous delivery concepts of DevOps not only on the development side, but throughout the enterprise. This means software that provides visibility across the pipeline and allows organizations to scale and monitor compliance and identify risks effectively across the company and its target market. When you make yourself invaluable across the entire value chain from problem identification to development, QA, monitoring, delivery, it means you have an opportunity to build the kind of long-term customer relationships that buyers always love to see, especially if you're doing this with a vertical focus. Now, this is true for companies providing that kind of full stack capability across DevOps, Sales Ops, Cloud Ops, ML Ops, all the ops, such as DevOps automation platform ReleaseIQ acquired by CloudBees. But it's also true for point solutions that slot into these broader platforms, enabling project and portfolio management by measuring business outcomes in the value chains all across the enterprise, such as Calibrate. This is an SAP-focused testing SaaS acquired by DevOps platform Capado. Next up, macro resilience. Whenever you hit uncertain economic times, you're going to see a certain amount of reversion to the mean when it comes to what buyers are looking for. The good news about today's tech M&A market is that there's a huge diversity of buyers with different priorities, but we're definitely seeing the medians shift a bit, from growth to profits, and also towards some of the more boring, stable markets like defense or government, such as Quorum Client Caseload, which makes software for appellate justice agencies acquired by Valaris. Buyers are always seeking mission-critical software, but certain markets are themselves more mission-critical than others. It also means countercyclicality becomes more important not only for markets, but also for technology. Software platforms that demonstrably help customers drive efficiencies and succeed in both boom times and the lean times will see strong demand. Additionally, an increased focus on profits means more opportunities for profitable services business models, which brings us to our next trend, focused managed services. This is the prism through which most buyers are seeing services deals these days, going after both the predictability of recurring revenue and the long-term relationships, as well as the deep specific domain knowledge that makes those customer relationships possible. This can be a focus by sector, like our sale of cybersecurity services provider Creative Breakthroughs to Converge Technologies, or it can be by ecosystem, such as the sale of our client Vitasi, a leader in the IBM Maximo space, to Bentley. Or it can be both, in the case of Retail Consult, which narrowly targets Oracle implementations in the retail space. Generally speaking, it's easier to sell a hammer than a tool chest, so this kind of focus can definitely drive buyer demand. But I would add that aforementioned increase in attention to profitability means increased interest even for generalist managed services firms with predictable, recurring revenue and strong overall metrics. I'd also add that we're seeing strong demand for these sorts of services companies in the healthcare space. And that brings us to our next trend, the health tech continuum. Traditional inpatient health systems need a unified view of patients across the continuum of care, both before and after they enter the facilities, while outpatient providers of all kinds need comparable capabilities, often purpose-built for their practice area. So, providers of healthcare technology continue to work to fill gaps across the continuum of care while enabling the value-based care model. And so the software and related technology companies driving those initiatives forward are seeing demand. That's what drove Alpha2's acquisition of Health eFilings, a Quorum client and clinical data analytics provider. It's also what drove deals that Quorum did in deeper healthcare niches, like McCready Group, a leader in pharmacy software for researchers and clinicians, acquired by Cordance, and Breaking Free, a leader in behavioral health software for addiction recovery, acquired by LifeWorks. And it's not just the US either. We recently sold Latvian health tech leader Bluebridge Technologies to Everfield Software. Moving from one sector that's been in the news to another, let's look at smart logistics. The global supply chain itself continues to take a beating as the reverberations from the pandemic continue while additional disruptions build on top of all of the pre-existing challenges, like the sanctions resulting from the invasion of Ukraine or the major global shifts that we're seeing in manufacturing. All of this makes supply chain and logistics technologies even more important. This includes the broader tools that enable composite commerce, e-commerce, B2B, every other kind of commerce, such as order fulfillment, parcel shipping, warehouse management, fleet management, and routing software like Quorum Client RouteRank, acquired by NetCetera. But it also includes highly specialized solutions, such as pharmacy supply chain software maker Trula, another Quorum client acquired by SpendMend, and cash holding and logistics technology provider PlanFocus, also a Quorum client acquired by Sesame. Next up is the RegTech systems trend. We've profiled this one in the past, but it's been driven back to prominence, especially by the rise of new environmental, social, and governance, or ESG, requirements and regulations that are going into effect worldwide. We were already living in a world where regulations were getting to the point where compliance was really only possible by way of technology. And now that regulatory bodies know that this sort of automation is possible, well, more and more of it is being mandated either directly or indirectly. There are few things buyers love more than customers who are required by law to buy your product. But, as in most M&A contexts, the highest demand is not for the platform seeking to be all things to all people, but those narrowly tailored solutions that can become a component of a larger RegTech system. Here at Quorum, we sold LeaseEagle, a lease management SaaS platform that enables compliance to specific lease accounting standards to MRI software, and Coradyne, the leading electronic logbook app, enabling pilots to maintain flight time compliance. We sold that to FlightSchedule Pro. Finally, we're seeing all 9 of these trends converge on underserved sectors and deskless workers in the blue-collar software trend. From the deep vertical niche software that is in huge demand from private equity funds of all sizes, to broader segments like construction, ag tech, energy, and manufacturing, the digital transformation sweeping the blue-collar sectors continues to be one of the key facts of life in tech M&A. Here at Quorum, we had examples of both. There were deals in these broader blue-collar markets, like selling iConstruct, a provider of building information modeling software for construction that went to Hexagon, or via Information Tools, a manufacturing execution system sold into TA Associates' new manufacturing tech platform, Advantive. But we also saw deals in narrow niches, for example, selling Asparel, a leader in loyalty tech for gas stations and convenience stores, to PDI. Understanding these trends will better enable you to understand the tech M&A landscape, whether you're considering buying or selling. I'd encourage you to attend the various tech market spotlight events hosted by World Financial Symposiums, with quarterly updates looking at health tech, blue-collar software, composite commerce, logistics, and other key sectors. And discussion of these trends is a key component of the Merge Briefing conference that Quorum hosts regularly. I hope to see you at one or more of these events in the near future. Thank you very much.
Excellent. And thank you, Tim, for a terrific presentation. Every year, the top 10 trends spark interesting conversations and are really helpful in figuring out the best way to position your company in front of buyers to map into their strategies. The trends we've seen are very important, We encourage both buyers and sellers to take a look through them and see which of the latest trends you can recognize in your own strategies. Now let's move to our investors panel, where we'll answer that age-old question, will your strategy get funded? Moderating this panel is my colleague Azli Jamil, or AJ, Quorum's regional advisor based in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. And it's a pleasure to have him with us today. This is a great opportunity to listen to what investors are looking for. AJ, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mark. So, welcome everyone to the investors panel. My name is Azli Jamil, or AJ for short, and I'm the regional advisor for the Quorum Group here in Southeast Asia. So in this session, what we are looking to do is to look at some practical insights and advice on the tech M&A journey through our panel's personal experiences and stories as tech investors. We will be looking at a number of topics. Right after a round of introductions, we will be discussing on, firstly, investment and growth, such as fundamental characteristics of past investments that were made, lessons learned, and AI impact on investments. Secondly, the M&A exit itself and investors' role in the process. And thirdly, and more importantly, key advice from our panelists on bringing on a financial partner. So let's begin by introducing our esteemed panelists today. Today, we are fortunate to have on our panel Adrian here, founder and managing partner of Kairos Capital; Greg Yee, founder and managing partner of Delta Capital; Lu Sang, founder and managing partner of Fusion Fund; and Sudhir Sethi, founder and chairman of Chirate Ventures. To our esteemed panelists, first of all, thank you very much for your time today to be with us and share with our audience your personal experiences as investors. I'm going to begin by asking you to introduce yourself, and perhaps you can quickly give us the elevator pitch of you and your fund. So let's begin with you, Adrian.
Yes, thank you, AJ. Thank you also WFG for inviting us to speak in this and share our experience investing in China and Southeast Asia. My name is Adrian, and currently I'm the so happy to learn more from the panel today. So in terms of us, our key focus is to invest in fast-growing companies, fundamentally sound, with certain form of unfair advantage in this part of the world. So our role is to invest in them and amplify that unfair advantage. And in terms of the sector-wise, we focus a lot in retail market, digital health, fintech, and education. So because we believe in Southeast Asia market, we will grow increasingly towards the direction of a developed market like China, US, and Europe. So we wanted to find a lot of the great companies that help us to reach that stage in this part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. So with that, how about you, Greg? Can you introduce yourself?
Thanks, AJ. Thanks for organizing this panel and providing the opportunity for me to share some observations with my fellow panelists and also the audience, right? So I'm Greg Yee, founder and managing partner of Delta Capital. Delta is a Shanghai, China-based venture capital firm focusing on early stage deep tech companies in China. So there are two parts of our strategy. The majority of our investments are focusing on what we call China-centric companies. So these are companies headquartered in China and conduct the majority of the business in China. But some of them, since they have grown to a decent size, some of them are expanding their business outside of China. The other part of our strategy is what we call China-related investments. So these are companies that are headquartered outside of China, in the US, in Southeast Asia, but they are doing part of the business in China, either some R&D center, selling into the China market, and also maybe having some manufacturing facilities in China. So in terms of a sector focus, we mainly focus on three sectors: semiconductor, AI, and biotech. Regarding the investment environment in China now, so probably we have heard a lot from some headline news that the economic growth in China is slowing down, and there's also some tension between the U.S. and China, right, in terms of geopolitical tensions. Of course, there are some challenges, but as we all know that when there are challenges, it also comes with opportunities. So with the recent, especially with the recent tension between U.S. and China, we see two new types of opportunities that are coming up. So on one hand, a lot of the U.S. tech companies, they are facing some restrictions in terms of selling their products and technology into the China market. As a result of that, this opens up opportunities for domestic-based startups, right? So for investors, we see a new opportunities there. On the other hand, given the tension and growth outside of China, a lot of the Chinese companies are expanding their business outside of China to Southeast Asia, to the Middle East, etc. Some of them are even moving their headquarters outside of China. So we consider those as new opportunities as well. So I guess as venture capital investors, we consider ourselves as entrepreneurs. So we always try to see opportunities when we are facing challenges. So that's the environment we are in. So we feel very excited about the dynamics we are facing.
Thank you, Greg. Appreciate it. And how about you, Lou? Perhaps you can start introducing yourself.
Happy to do so. Hi, everyone. This is Lou. I'm the founder and managing partner of Fusion Fund. We're based in Silicon Valley, mainly focused on earlier stage healthcare, enterprise, AI, and industry automation investment. Since 2015, we've been investing in North America, really help, founder not only from US, but also from all over the world be able to start their venture here from 0 to 1 and quickly accelerate into commercial stage. And I was a former entrepreneur. I built and sold my own company with my own patent technology before I started Fusion Fund. So we definitely carry over lots of experience as a former operator, be able to better help founder not only with capital, but with our unique access, unique industry experience connection, and also our domain expertise and operational experiences. So we've been working closely with founders since then, and so far we invest over 82 companies in the United States.
Thank you, Lou. Last but not least, Sudhir, would we have your introduction?
Thank you, Ajay. And good afternoon. Chirata Ventures is an early stage tech fund. We are just turned 17. We celebrated our 17th anniversary last month. We manage 1.2 billion AUM under 6 funds. We're just raising our 7th fund. It's an early stage tech fund again. We've done 130 investments. We've done 50 exits, 9 unicorns, 3 IPOs overall. And I think in India, we'll be the only fund who's returned capital 12 years in a row, year after year. So I think that journey has been pretty good so far. We've returned over $800 to $850 million to our investors so far. Investors are from US, UK, Europe, Japan, Singapore, and Middle East, and of course, India. Our sector thesis, every tech. Anything to do with technology, whether it is consumer, healthcare, agri-tech, the whole space of energy, and so on and so forth. Our investment thesis on another axis is what I call population scale investing. Fundamentally, if you look at India, India has something which very few people know about. The number of credit card users in India is about 70 million. That's not a well-known figure. But India has a digital payment system called UPI, which addresses 350 million people, consumers. India today accounts by number for 30-35% of global digital transactions. Now, with this, our TAM has increased, which basically means, and this is growing at such a fast pace, in the next 5 years, we expect the addressability of digital transactions to be used by 700 to 750 million people. So effectively, what we've done is we invest in what I call population scale investment thesis, where we can reach out to 1 billion people who need healthcare, 1 billion people who need lending, 1 billion people who need insurance, 350 million students, 150 million farmers, based on a digital payment mechanism which does not exist anywhere in the world. It enables me to transfer 1 rupee at literally no cost, mobile phone to mobile phone. And that has been something which has been working very well overall. So the revenue of all our companies, active companies put together, is 3 billion right now. And interestingly, the last piece of the thesis is that we invest in companies which have potential to dominate the Indian market as well as go international. So we are today, many of our companies are getting into the international market in 19 countries. About 25% of our revenue of 3 billion comes from international markets. This is supported by a very strong tailwind, which is happening in India, from the 5th largest economy to potentially the 3rd largest economy in the next 5 to 6 years, with per capita income doubling from $2,500 to $5,500. And there's a list of positives which are there. So that's what we do. We invest only in India for companies who dominate the Indian market and go international. Thank you for inviting me here.
Thank you, and congratulations on your 17th anniversary today.
Thank you.
So let's begin our discussion today with what are the fundamental characteristics of companies that you invest in. So perhaps we can now start with you, Greg.
Sure. Well, since we are a tech VC, right? So basically, we look for 3 things in our target companies, right? The first one is it always start with the market. So how big is your target market? How fast those target markets are growing, and certainly ideally, because our expertise are more China related. So hopefully the target companies have a big part of the market in China. So this is the starting point. But in addition to the market size and growth rate, as early stage investor, we pay a lot of attention to the founding team. So we basically we look for teams with a solid industry experience. We focus less on fresh founders out from college, research institute, and all that, because for the deep tech sectors, we focus on semiconductor, AI, and biotech. It takes a lot of industry experience to build a good startup. So we prefer to look for teams that have significant 10 plus years of industry experience. And certainly the third thing is that since we are tech VC, so the technical entry barrier needs to high enough for both the sector these companies focus on and also their products and solutions. So I mean, in China, that there are a lot of smart people. We have 2-3 million fresh engineering graduates every year. I mean, if the technical entry barrier is not enough, you will quickly run into a price war. There's certainly something we don't want to go into. So basically 3 things: market size and growth rate, team capability, and technical entry barrier. So these are the 3 things we focus on.
Appreciate that, Greg. How about you, Lu? What do you look into?
Yeah, same as Greg mentioned, that we also invest a company with technology, strong technology domain, and also with a pretty high technology barrier. So technology is one of the important part we're looking at. But before looking at technology, we're really focusing on the market analysis. Whether the market they're focusing on have big enough market size and to create a potential $1 billion opportunity. Another thing is market timing. Lots of great technology being exist for over even 10 years. Why now? That's an important question to ask. Is the industry ready to integrate this technology? And if they're ready to integrate, how much budget they're planning to give to acquire to this type of solution? That's all the question we want to figure out before we decide on the market timing. Then after technology market timing, there's also founder, there's also operation, go-to-market, competitive landscape, and we also do exit analysis when we're looking at a company. Want to make sure we have a proper exit size to consider our fund size. Another thing is in the United States, probably we have more channel for potential exit. It's not only IPO, but also merger acquisition has been pretty active in the market. But when people ask me about founder, because I was a founder myself, I really don't like VC try to profile founder with a certain checklist. I truly believe founder with different background will have possibility to create their own venture. But certain things we're definitely looking into founder. First is really they have unique insight about the industry they're focusing on. That's also have impact on whether they're gonna prioritize long-term gain or short-term gain when they're thinking about how to operate a company. Another important thing is just a strong leadership. especially in this difficult time. Market has been changing every single week or every single month, and leadership means the founder knows how to quickly adapt into the new market condition and also be able to attract the best talent to join the company.
Thank you, Lou. Sudhir, what are the fundamental characteristics for you?
Yeah, I think, like everybody said, I think the fundamentals remain the same irrespective of geography. There will be twists and turns which perhaps we will fine tune for India. First and foremost, I think we are looking for young entrepreneurs who are stellar in their thought process and discipline and completely passionate about what they are doing and what problems they are solving. And I'd like to focus on what problems they're solving. India is a country which needs efficiency, and it needs to solve real problems which have never been solved before. I will give you an example of, and we also believe that if certain problems are solved in the market space, which are society or business, and we're not an impact fund, by the way, we truly believe in commerce, then those companies will stay longer. They will be needed by society and business, and to that extent, they will survive longer and benefit the society. Lenskart is one of our companies which we funded. It's now the world's largest by volume of capacity of specs they have. They are doing about 125,000 specs a day. Nobody in the world does that. Why? Because the global myopia rate is 80%. The global addressed myopia rate, especially in Southeast Asia, is 70%. The myopia addressed rate in India is 20%. There are 800 people in India who need eyeglasses. That's the origin of the founder's thought process. And we love that. Why? Because if the company does well and the founder does well and addresses this problem by increasing 20% to 30%, then there's a very big paradigm change which is happening in the country and the society needs that. So the international markets for eyewear are renewable market. That means somebody is throwing away specs and buying a new one. In India, it's a new market. And that price point in which India will produce glasses will be superior to anywhere in the world as such. So today they are dominant in India. They've gone and bought a Japanese company called Ondays, and together they're going to all the other countries. So in Singapore, for instance, both of them together are now dominant in the market space. So that's an example of the need being there. In the olden days, when I say olden days, I mean 7-8 years back, we were mostly focusing on efficiency. Efficiency would mean, is the company efficient in solving efficiency issues related to industry? E-commerce is an efficiency issue. Today, we are finding, we are scanning about 4,000-5,000 deals a year. And today we are finding deep tech technology companies which can address serious challenges which are in the business side. For instance, we have a company called KB Colors, which is extracting color out of bacteria. And the founder's visions are very simple. We want to replace chemical colors. We have a company called Aether, which is one of the best priced high-tech upper limb arms, right? Self-learning. And they are a global leader in that market space and hopefully dominant in the future. We have a company called Miko, which addresses conversational companionship for children where parents are spending less and less time. That company is approaching $100 million today. Or Unifor, which has reached $2 billion valuation and so on and so forth. So I think we are finding these nuggets which are consistently having deep tech with younger founders between the age of 23 to 27 years old who are out there to change the world but solve very real society problems which have never been solved before. And that's our focus. That's our focus.
Thank you very much, Sudhir. And lastly, how about you, Adrian? What do you look into?
Well, I think the fellow panelists already cover quite comprehensively in terms of all the criteria that typically what VC is looking for. So I'm not going to try to add too much on top of that. So one thing that we focus a lot in terms of the key characteristic of the companies that we invested in, we are looking for management team who are great students. So Southeast Asia is a very unique market. We are developing, and at the same time, we take a lot of inspiration from the developed market like China, Europe, US, and India. So ourselves, though we have more than 600 million population in this part of the world, but we are a combination of those cultures. and it's a very fragmented market. So we wanted to look for management team who are great students. What do I mean by that? So a lot of times in this part of the world, when you build a business, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. You just have to be a strong student in studying the developed markets, their blueprints. So what are the successful businesses in those markets that have done well? What is the key success factors? Learn it well, understand the core fundamentals, and always learn from your clients and your own mistakes. These are the key traits that we're looking for. And most importantly, learning from the local experts, because what we have as a thesis is that a great company in Southeast Asia, they will need to expand across different countries within Southeast Asia. And it will be delusional for them to think that born and raised in a certain country of Southeast Asia, they have the capability to conquer the entire market. They will need to rely a lot of local expertise, local network. So again, being humble and able to learn from others is the key trait that we're looking for.
Thank you, Adrian. So with that, let's now talk about, I know you guys mentioned it in a few snippets here and there about what market sectors that are most intriguing to you guys. And perhaps you can delve a little more on why, those market sectors are intriguing to you. So Steve, perhaps we can start with you on this one. Sorry, Sudhir, did you manage to get my question?
Oh, you're addressing it to me?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay. But
so I was thinking that you may have touched base on a little bit on market sectors and how intriguing they. Perhaps you can elaborate a little bit on why.
Okay. So a bulk of the capital goes into consumer, health tech, fintech, agri-tech, climate, and a little bit into education. And then we consider these both as horizontal and verticals. Let me give you an example. And that's where we invest in. You take health tech, it's a vertical, but you take consumer, it's a horizontal. So we invest in the confluence of two and look for deep technology solutions which can reach population scale in India. That means they have the ability to address tomorrow 700 million to 1 billion people who can use that solution, which is being provided by the company. CureFit, one of our companies, is a very good example. And just by addressing almost 1 million people, they're a $200 million company. So effectively, what we are talking about is that anything of scale which has happened in India is on smaller numbers. If you take Flipkart, Amazon, they wouldn't have touched more than 125 to 150 million people so far, out of 350 million people who have access to digital payments, which is increasing to 700 million people. So these are the sectors which we normally focus on, which have the capability to use technology to reach population scale in each and provide real solutions, which will take them to a level where competition obviously doesn't come in. Most important is international solutions coming into India do not cater for price points and are too highly priced. So one of the things which has happened is that any Indian company which is able to cater to consumers in India is dominant, and it sort of builds a wall of competition where no international competition can come in. FirstCry is a very good example in the baby care market. Lenskart is a very good example in the eyewear market. CureFit is a very good example in the healthcare fitness market, and the list goes on as such. So that's where we focus on in terms of our investment thesis. We invest now about $150 million a year. Early stage, we catch them young. That's a holy grail, seed and Series A. That's the bulk of the investment which takes place.
Thank you, Sudhir, for the insight on India. Perhaps we can shift it to China and see, what Greg thinks on about this.
Sure. Well, for us, I guess I agree with Sudeep on some of the criteria he looks at, but we also have some different elements we need to consider for the China market, right? So the starting point certainly is, as I mentioned in my earlier comment, that the starting point is to look at, for any particular sector or company, we need to look at the potential market size and growth rate. But on top of that, there's one very important element we need to look at is what are the market dynamics for those sectors and companies are in favor of domestic startups versus foreign players. So these, with all these things combined, these lead us to really focus on the deep tech sectors in China now, semiconductor, AI, and biotech. So let's take semiconductor industry, for example, right? Semiconductor actually is a mature industry in the US, right? So you seldom see a lot of startup opportunities in the semiconductor space. Well, you see some pockets of opportunities every 4 or 5 years. For example, in recent years, there are some AI chip startups in the US that they have been quite successful. But other than that, it's a mature industry. But the market dynamics in China are quite different. So on one hand, China has already become the number one semiconductor market in the world for the last 20 years. China imports, the latest statistic is that China imported over $300 billion worth of chips from other countries last year. But on the other hand, given the US-China competition now, Chinese customers and also Chinese governments would be in favor of finding a domestic solution, either to replace an import product or at least to act as a second source. As such, domestic startups would get some advantages. And also such opportunities exist not just in one subsegment within the industry. The semiconductor industry has a very long value chain. We see opportunities throughout the whole value chain, from the upstream neighboring technology providers such as EDA software, semiconductor IP, equipment and material, to the midstream players such as fabless design companies, foundries, and the downstream players such as packaging and testing houses. You see technical innovations throughout the chain, and you see favorable market dynamics throughout the chain. So, but as a VC investor, we try to focus on the asset light part of the chain. Obviously, we cannot put money into a fab, right? A cutting edge fab will cost you $40 billion to build. That's not for us to do. But other than asset heavy cutting edge fabs, we invest throughout the whole value chain, and we see some very favorable market dynamics from, customer demand, government support, capital market preference, and also a large number of experienced founders. So going back to the founders, let me add one comment here, right? Because I think for different sectors, different type of founders would have some upper hand. But for the deep tech sectors, especially for a complicated, mature industry like a semiconductor, experienced founders, especially founders with strong industry experience, we will have upper hands. That's why we favor experienced founders versus young, fresh college graduate. So that's kind of our view on the market and our strategy.
Thank you, Greg. So how about you, Adrian? What's your experience has been like? Adrian, can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. Well, I think for us, we are focusing on the efficiency of the market. We are investing into companies that can increase from different aspects related to the efficiency of the market. So I'll give you a few examples of the sectors that we're focusing in. So retail, digital health, fintech, education are the spaces that we put a lot of focus into. So why retail, for example, is to increase the efficiency of the distribution of goods and services across the market. Why we say so, it's not because we are very smart. We are just, again, a good students studying the developed market in US and China and India. So for example, back in 2018, we invest into an e-commerce enabler companies called Intrepid Asia. So what they focus on is to help some of the biggest brands we know internationally, like your Ray-Ban, your Nike, Adidas, to distribute or enter into online market in a meaningful way. So what happened before 2018 is that the distributions of brands in the market, they are focusing on B2B. So your brand principle, like company Nike, Adidas, they don't sell direct to the market. They sell through distributors, retailers, so they don't touch the consumer on their own. But e-commerce changes the entire landscape because most of the distributors have difficulty effectively onboard into online channels. So what happened is that we see this model born in China, This company is called Baojun. So what they do is they help the biggest brand in the world to get on board on online platform in China. So we, again, being a good student of China history, just find the right company to invest in Southeast Asia, and we successfully exited them within 3 years. So we almost 20x that investment. So that's what we do essentially in different of the sectors that we're focusing in. We just want to find companies that is laser focused in terms of increasing the efficiency of the distribution of services or goods within their respective industries.
Thank you, Adrian. So with that, Lou, what market sectors are most intriguing to you and why?
I think everyone talk about Silicon Valley, talk about artificial intelligence right now. This is definitely the biggest buzzword. But on the other side, this time it's true. Like we've been talking about AI for so many years. This time it's critical. It's close to commercialization. It's also pushing the digital transformation for all different industry, not only just tech sector. And every single week, there's a new model updates from different players. The news coming out. 2 weeks ago, prompt engineering is hot. Last week, after people saw what the new model can do, now probably the end of prompt engineering. So there's so many new things come out every single day. So technology, innovation, of course, gonna integrate more or less with AI. So that's kind of the general topic. However, I think majority of the opportunity powered by AI goes to the large corporate. Probably less than 1/3 of opportunity actually belongs to a smaller startup. So it's even more critical for a startup and investor like us to identify which industry, which application will be true opportunity for startup to build a $1 billion venture backable business. So for us, we still define our investment thesis based on the sector focus on healthcare, AI in healthcare, because AI could bring tons of value for personalized healthcare services, healthcare solution, from digital diagnostic to digital therapeutics to digital biology. This is all the opportunity. And enterprise AI network, not only just AI application, but how about the ecosystem supporting AI application? We need better computing capability. We need the infrastructure play. We need cloud solution with better communication. We need better data privacy and security solution. That's all the opportunity to apply technology as well. And meanwhile, horizontally, how to solve the problem applying large language model, like a GPU consumption, energy consumption, privacy concern, communication concern. That's all the opportunity too. So we've been super busy. I think a lot of early stage investor whoever have dry powder has been super busy. We also see the industry trend has been moved rapidly since last year, especially early this year.
Thank you, Lou. And great that you're touching on AI, which was going to be my next topic as well. So, especially with the advancement of generative AI today. So I'll gear everyone towards this topic now. So how have these latest advances in generative AI technology changed your investment thesis, if any, for the last few months or this last 1 year? Perhaps we can start with Sunil.
So I think in India, we have multiple sectors, and one of them is SaaS overall. And SaaS does not address the Indian market, but addresses predominantly the US market. So obviously there is a huge amount of technology elements coming into our SaaS companies. One of them is Pixis, which is into the space of digital advertising through regenerative AI. And it's an amazing company, just grown to, it's about to touch 100 million ARR and just in 3 years' time. And I think that's the power of the AI, which is happening for various sectors in the market. So that's SaaS, I think, is obvious. It's happening. It's addressing the US market. Now let's come to the Indian market. I think in the Indian market, the potential is still to happen. How will regenerative AI go into products and services into the market? For me, the interest is not to the 25 to 40 million people who consume all the startup ecosystem, or maybe 30, 40 million people who consume the startup ecosystem products and services today. It's the next 300 million people. The next 300 million people have to be reached first. and the CAC has to go down. Can regenerative AI help us do that? Can it help us find those people? It's about how do you, and I'll give you a very simple example of AI. If you look at Lenskart and you want to buy glasses today, you go to the website, takes a picture of your face, and suddenly gives you 10 options of which glasses will suit you the best. And to that extent, it is very, very important that the customer doesn't come to the shop. So there are many, many examples where efficiencies and effectivity can be brought out using AI, regenerative AI, for discovery of new consumer, for discovery of pricing, as an example. For the agricultural farmer, he needs to know, and that's what one of our companies provides, Cropin, what's the weather variations which are going to be there in the market space, which will help produce less crop or more crop, he needs to know. So to that extent, those are the solutions which we are looking at, which will improve productivity in farming, as the result of which the company gets to be bigger and bigger using technology. So I think the India market is very different from the US market, which is through SaaS. Healthcare is a very good example. How do you provide insurance? Okay. Many cases, India doesn't have data as such. So it's at a stage when you have data on 50, 100 million people, then you start churning AI, you start machine language, you start generative AI, etc. It's a different market altogether. I think we still have to see the benefits of that emerging from domestic markets compared to international markets and SaaS.
Thank you, Sudhir. How about you, Adrian? How generative AI technology change your investment thesis, if any?
I think what we can say is it affects the thesis to a certain extent, but it doesn't change our investment thesis fundamentally. So going back to our core thesis, where we are looking for companies that improve the efficiency of distribution of goods or services in the market. For AI perspective, this is what we're looking for as well. We are consistently asking potential investees and existing portfolio companies how they improve their internal efficiency using AI. In Southeast Asia, we feel like it is not a market where we have a company like OpenAI, because the market is just too early for those companies. And in terms of the talents, it's not focused in this part of the world as well to breed that kind of global AI companies. So we are looking more for companies that use AI, apply AI in their daily operations to again improve their efficiencies.
Thank you, Adrian. How about you, Greg? How generative AI technology change your investment thesis, if any?
Well, actually, it hasn't changed much, right? Because for the last 6-7 years, AI has always been a major part of our investment focus. But our views on AI is somewhat different from many of our peers outside China, because the way we look at AI is, once again, we take the value chain approach, right? When we look at the whole AI value chain, it's a pretty long value chain. Looking at the market demand in China and also our in-house expertise, we mainly focus on the upstream and downstream part of the value chain. On the upstream part, those are the fundamental enabling technology for AI, especially for computing power, AI chips. So that is kind of a intersection between our semiconductor focus and our AI focus. So we have invested in 8 AI chip-related companies in China. They cover all the different application scenarios, from cloud end training and inference, edge application, and client end application. So all 8 companies are doing pretty well. The downstream part of our AI focus is really the application of AI to address certain vertical industry issues. The way we look at it is that you, as a startup, you can compete against the big players in terms of spending money on computing power or having access to large number of consumer data. But for some particular verticals, if you have access to proprietary industry data, if you have deep domain knowledge about the business process, you can apply AI technology, or you can take someone else's LLM to retrain it with specific industry data and come up with a pretty good solution and that can provide you near-term revenue opportunities. That's what we focus on. So in terms of verticals that we have covered, we have made quite a few investments in the autonomous driving related verticals. So there's a lot of data, a lot of AI application there. We also like the financial service vertical, or some call it fintech. So there's a lot of AI there. And we also like the application of AI in healthcare, or some call it digital health. So these are the several verticals, AI verticals that we have covered, and the results have been pretty good. Let me say a few more words about the recent buzz about generative AI, right? So, I mean, we have seen several dozen business plans for startups who try to create the next LLM, who claim that they could be better than GPT-3 or Llama. So we are very cautious on that, because for those horizontal or platform-based new LLM model type of companies, we feel like it's hard for startups to compete against incumbent players in terms of burning cash to stack up computing power, or training your model with generic data which you can search from the internet. So we prefer companies who compete based on your access to proprietary industry data and your deep domain expertise. So that's our view on AI.
Thank you very much for that, Greg. So let's now shift gears towards what advice would you give an entrepreneur that are considering bringing on a financial partner, especially in today's time? Perhaps you can start with you, Lou.
Yeah, I think for any time, founders should really think it through before they accept anyone's money, because your cap table is your asset, especially when you're accepting someone's term sheet. Give them the board seats. It's as serious as choosing a life partner for marriage, because if someone joining your board, it's really hard to get that person off. So founders really need to think about whether aligning with your vision on the company. Besides the capital, are they gonna be bringing other value? And what are the most important thing for you? Either it's market validation, talent recruitment, or general strategy guidance. Think about what you need and then really talk through investor. Investor doing due diligence on founder, but founder should also do some research and due diligence investor before taking the money. Another just a simple skill, but lots of founders didn't realize that, is when taking money, don't just take one check for the whole round. You always want to have different perspective. There were different resources from different investors. So for one round, taking only from one investor, sometimes it's a binary result. It could be either really good or really bad. So I always think about keep that diversity of different voice and different perspective. And also when work with investor, really think about long-term alignment.
Thank you, Lou, for that insight. How about you, Adrian?
I think I echo a lot with what Lou just mentioned. And internally, we take that analogy a lot. We always say that the relationship between investor and investee, it's a lot like maybe dating or marriage. Because imagine getting the wrong partner into the cap table, not only a lot of the founder's energy will be spent aligning the vision between them and also the investors, because likelihood they will be the board members as well. So you spend a lot of energy explaining yourself rather than focusing on your business. So if you get the wrong partners, but if you get the right partners, not only they can help you in terms of challenging you, but they will help you in terms of connecting you to the right resources so that you can grow faster than your peers. So in the usual cases of investment, our perspective is that the monetary value of the money is always the cheapest part of the deal. The most important part of the deal is the resources that they bring in from their experience, their connections, all the way to the potential network that they have to help you to recruit the right talents as well. So I think these are the things that a founder should really consider when they bring financial partners on board, rather than focusing too much on valuation itself. Because if you envision yourself to build a much bigger company than right now, valuation is just part of the process. It's not the ultimate goal. What you want is having the abilities and the right team to accumulate the most important resources across your companies to grow your company to that stage. So the talents, the network, the clientele, and last, only the money. Yeah.
Thank you, Adrian. How about you, Greg?
Sure. Well, I in principle, I agree with what Lou and Adrian just said, that for early stage founders, it's better to take money from, experienced investors who can provide value and help. But let me just add 2 points here that are somewhat unique to China, right? So these are the lessons on whose money not to take. So because the market dynamic in China is a little bit different from that in the US or maybe other developed markets. There's a lot of money in China now. A lot of money is chasing for deep tech deals. In addition to financial VCs like the four of us here who are pure investor, but we can also, in addition to money, we can also provide some help to help entrepreneurs to build up their companies. There are other type of investors. For example, there are a lot of corporate investors, strategic investors who claim that they can also help. They can, they can be your biggest customer. They can be your biggest supplier, etc. On the other hand, there are also a lot of government investors. They said, well, we can bring a lot of government resources for you. The issue for those two type of investors, unlike us, we are pure investors. Our success is fully aligned with the success of the company. We only make money when the company grows big, make money when they go public or when they get acquired for $1 billion, right? But the strategic investors, they are not pure investors. They have double bottom line. Sometimes they can benefit without the company being very successful, right? So I don't need to go into a whole lot of details there. But for early stage companies, for startup entrepreneurs, it's better to find a financial partner who is a pure investor, but who can also bring in value. The other point is that, especially for there are a lot of what we call returnee founders in China these days. So these are experienced scientists and engineers who have 10 plus years of experience in the US or other developed countries who move back to China to found their startups. So for these guys, they need to basically go through a psychological transition because the business environment and business culture in China is quite different from that in the US. It's not to say which one is better or worse, but it's just different. So it's better for you to find a financial partner who have been through their process themselves or who have worked with previous founders who have gone through their transitional process. That kind of expertise can help the founders, especially those who just recently moved back, to go through the transitional process and who can develop the expertise to target the unique opportunities and deal with the unique challenges in the China market.
Thank you, Greg. That's quite an insightful. How about you, Sudhir, in India?
Okay, I think my colleagues here have said a lot, and I just add to that maybe a couple of points. One is I do recommend to all our investee companies before we come in, please do talk to all the investee companies which we have funded and do your diligence. It's very, very important because I think different people in the firm will build different value as such. It's not that every investor is multi-talented. And so to that extent, it's very important that they talk to 3, 4, 5 companies of the deal lead and the institution. And then the question then becomes this, am I just, having a deal lead representing us on the board, or is my company's visibility to the whole firm itself? That second part is very, very important because the job of a VC is to add value, not personally, is also to bring resources and knowledge, resources and follow-on capital, resources and networks which are there. And that the visibility inside the firm helps you do that. Does the firm have programs for follow-on fund financing, as an example, which are there? So I think these are some of the points which are very, very crucial. We've had many closures because the potential investee company has talked to a few of our existing investee companies. And that, I think, is very, very important to do.
Thank you, Sudhir. We are almost running out of time, but I do have one last question that I'm sure our audience would really like to get your insight on. So, especially towards tech M&A, I'd say. So, why should entrepreneurs consider looking for investment rather than merger and acquisitions? So if you can spend just about 30 seconds to 1 minute, each one of you, and then we probably can have everyone in the discussion. So perhaps we can start with you, Greg.
Well, sure. Well, the answer is simple, right? I mean, there are two reasons. One is that even if eventually you want to sell your company and make a couple $100 million, you need to build it up to a certain size. It would be very difficult for you to sell your patent if you just have a patent or you don't even have a patent, right? So it's better to raise some money to build up your company to a certain size. And on the other hand, I mean, especially for ambitious entrepreneurs who want to control your destiny, you don't want to be controlled by a big corporation very early during the growth of your company, right? It's better for you to, once again, goes back to my comment of a pure investor. It's better to work with a pure investor to grow your company. And once you get to a certain size, then you have options. Whether you continue to build it, to take it public and then control your destiny, or you sell it for financial gains at some point. So basically to work with a pure financial investor early on give you more flexibility.
Thank you, Greg. How about you, Adrian?
Well, I think 30 seconds is a bit challenging, but I'll try to get
Sorry about that.
In terms of choosing the option between both, I think the key question that all entrepreneurs should ask themselves is, do they have enough grit for another 5 to 8 years of nightmare? If they have, from value maximization perspective, they should keep on growing the company by getting investors. If not, they can choose M&A. So I always kind of like compare that to getting married to ultra rich families. You have all the money and resources, but at the same time, you have to deal with all the bureaucracy. So that's kind of like a give and take. If you still have it with you, you can stick on with investor, build your company for another 5 to 8 years to get a few $100 million. If you don't have it with you, let's call it a day, merge with the bigger companies.
Thank you, Adrian. Lou?
I think company founders should always aim high. You know, if you don't have a big vision to start with, it's really hard to eventually build a big venture. However, at least in the United States, compared with 10 years ago, now the frequency of having over $1 billion merger acquisition is much, much higher. So there's always alternative for founder to consider whether you should really aim high and wait till the IPO to happen, or maybe on way marching to the IPO, there's opportunity to also sell the company with a good price.
Thank you very much, Lou. How about Sudhir?
Well, being last is the best because everybody has said everything. Look, I think it's what Greg said is very simple. You have options, but I think the founder's own clarity on what he or she wants to do, right? How long they want to do the same thing is very crucial. Then the options are all open, and study the many options. Study the financing round options as such. Typically, what I do find is that if the company is doing very well, the founders do want to run it for a longer time. In the US, what I see is that there is this recognition of the fact that beyond a point, even if the M&A doesn't take place, the founder may have to step back a bit and new professional management has to come in. In India, that's not happening. In India, it's the same founder who has to run again and again and again. So I think very clearly the DNA and in discussion with the financial investors on the table, on the board, options have to be evaluated. If the company is not doing well, go sell. There's no question about it. If the company is doing well, evaluate all the time. Many startup founders may not find an M&A, and I want to mention that point because the company which has come out is so disruptive that it is going to be a challenger to the incumbent which is already there. I think that has to be a very important point. Is it possible to build a competitor, right, which is more forceful than the existing player in the market? Even though the existing player may be very large, the forceful player will grow faster over a period of time. So to me, M&A actually is not the first option. It's the second option. For investors, secondaries in India for exits have been much, much stronger. I mean, almost 60% of our exits have happened through secondaries, and IPOs are emerging. And that, I think, is a clear indication of where at least many Indian founders want to go.
Thank you very much, Sudhir. So with that, we've reached the end of our session. And to our esteemed panelists, thank you very, very much. Adrian, Greg, Sudhir, and Lou. Very much appreciate you joining us today to share your experience and give us all the invaluable insights. Thank you as well to our audience on this session. We hope that our session today has been a learning experience and insightful to you. We did have a few questions that came up and unfortunately could not address them due to time, but we will get circulated to our panelists and revert to you offline. With that, we thank you and over back to you, Mark.
Thank you again, everyone who participated in our investors panel. Now on to our next topic. Do you know what you're worth, especially in the current environment? Quorum's Vice President Alden Mendoza will be giving us the tech valuation metrics presentation to answer this very question. Alden, over to you.
Hi, I'm Alden Mendoza, Vice President here at Quorum, the leading tech valuation expert in the industry. Thank you for joining us today. Our valuation team provides Quorum deal makers with the necessary research and analysis to negotiate valuations on behalf of our clients. In today's presentation, we'll go over the various valuation methodologies, the internal and external factors that may impact valuations, and the necessary steps to achieve an optimal valuation outcome. So let's get started.
So what is my company worth? That is the existential question of every private company CEO. Well, the short answer is that it is complicated. For one, we're dealing with a market that's not transparent. Only a small fraction of private company transactions have a deal value attached to them, even fewer with disclosed multiples or deal structure. And no two companies are the same. Even though selling directly competing products to the same types of customers, one might have a larger, more profitable business selling on-prem licenses and maintenance, but with very little growth, while the other is a young SaaS company that isn't profitable yet, but doubling in size every year, and they could be valued very differently. Ultimately, your company is worth what an informed and motivated buyer would pay for your business, and the process that underpins that is called price discovery, which is the process that occurs in a marketplace as buyers and sellers interact to determine the price of an asset, whether it's stocks, real estate, or private tech companies. During that process, they'll be looking at financial metrics like how much of your revenue is recurring, what your margins look like, and how fast your business is growing. But they'll also be examining your intangible assets, whether it's your leadership in a given market, barriers to enter you've established, an experienced team with specific domain expertise. It could even be years of data that you've collected that would be impossible for a buyer to replicate. These are all things that acquirers can't easily build, so it becomes imperative to buy them. But at the same time, intangible assets are very difficult to value using traditional valuation methods. The main goal of using valuation methodologies is to put the deal in a ballpark range, but ultimately, it's the process that determines the outcome. In a badly run process where you're negotiating with a single buyer, it will be at the low end of the range. And in a well-run competitive process with multiple buyers at the table, the valuation will be at the high end of the range. So let's dive into some of the more well-known valuation methods. The first four, sales and earnings multiples from public companies, comparable transaction analysis, and discounted cash flow, are the most commonly used methods in tech. The others are more commonly used in acquire-hire situations or valuations of non-tech companies, so we won't be covering those today. But diving into the first four, sales multiples from public peer companies can help us gauge in real time what companies in similar industries or offering similar types of solutions are trading for in the market, and we use enterprise value and revenue as the inputs for that. Multiple earnings multiples are important for valuing companies or offering IT services or firms that have a lot of pass-through revenue, since software companies are often reinvesting profits to drive growth. Comparable M&A transactions is about as close as we can get to an apples-to-apples comparison, because it allows us to compare multiples of private companies that are of similar revenue size and composition. However, this data is not as readily available, and discounted cash flow is an important means to capture the value of future earnings and growth, but it can vary widely depending on the discount rate and terminal value method used. For more of a deep dive, I highly recommend attending one of Quorum Group's virtual Selling Up, Selling Out conferences to see more detailed examples of these methods. It is important to acknowledge, though, that these methods are not appropriate for every kind of company, especially those who are the main assets are the team and the IP, and where there isn't necessarily a real business model, but rather a series of paid proof of concepts. These methods are appropriate for companies that have a mature business model, are growing at a steady clip, have earnings, and GAAP financials to base the valuation on. When looking at comparables for analysis, it's very important to take quality of revenue into account as well, because not all revenue is treated equally. There is a hierarchy which is roughly represented by this diagram, which has the highest multiples and gross margins at the top and lowest at the bottom. The most highly valued revenue is SaaS and subscription revenue with minimal churn because it's scalable. There's no marginal cost associated with adding extra seats. The revenue streams are recurring, which adds predictability that buyers value, and is underpinned by proprietary technology. It's important to note that not all recurring revenue models are SaaS in the pure technological sense, and depending on the industry, the recurring aspect of the revenue is more important than how the technology itself is delivered. Transactional platform revenue refers to online businesses that run platforms and make money by taking a cut of the action. This type of revenue is also very scalable because the company's only costs are running the platform itself, and there are minimal marginal costs involved. These types of businesses may or may not have recurring revenue in the sense of paying a monthly subscription, but it can definitely be reoccurring, and the bigger the platform, the more valuable it is. Managed service models, on the other hand, are recurring for a set term, say 3 to 5 years, but don't scale as easily as software. Some examples of these include cybersecurity consultancies or hosting firms. Perpetual software licenses and project-based services are one-off sources of revenue and not as highly valued, while hardware and software resellers are essentially selling a commodity, which gets the lowest valuations. So it would be remiss to talk about valuation methods without taking the buyer's perspective into account. Every buyer's thinking about the business case of acquiring your company and where they can take that business with their resources. In 2005, Google paid $50 million for Android, which barely had any revenue, but let's be generous and say they made $1 million. So paying 50x revenue sounds high, but does anyone think that they overpaid? Of course not. They're making tens of billions a year from it. It's also important to note that deals where the buyer's only interested in the customer list of a business, but not the tech or the team, without a concrete business model to go along with it, will generally see lower valuations than businesses that are immediately accretive. And of course, companies that offer valuable IP with strong barriers to entry may see high valuations that are entirely decoupled from financial metrics, like the Android example. So in order to help buyers make their business case and build their models, we need to give them good data. So before taking valuation, we need to have a set of GAAP financials ready to go. If you're using cash-based accounting, you may need to hire a fractional CFO to help you convert your financials to accrual. Revenue recognition is really important because you may think you deserve a certain multiple on $5 million in revenue. But when you recognize the revenue on an accrual basis, you realize it's actually closer to $3.5 million, and buyers will only make offers based on GAAP financials. We also see issues with gross margin accounting. Oftentimes it's neglected entirely, but just because you're not selling a physical object doesn't mean there's no cost of goods. There definitely are, and you want to make sure you capture the variable costs like credit card processing, hosting, or customer support services. And when looking at EBITDA adjustments, you want to limit add-backs to owner and other non-recurring and unusual expenses. It's also really important to get your pro forma forecast in order, since the buyer will use his to run a discounted cash flow analysis. So we want to have a solid bottom-up model that incorporates your booking and sales pipeline with quantifiable drivers of growth and documented assumptions. We will also want to have a solid grasp on the KPIs that can be used in these models, like customer acquisition cost and churn. In terms of positioning your business for maximum value, you will want to complete any transactions in your business model prior to going to market, whether you're going from a project-based consulting shop to a managed services model or a license and maintenance model to SaaS. We generally want to optimize higher quality, predictable recurring revenue and scalable growth. And be prepared to talk about your business's unique value proposition. I'm sure most of the people listening today are used to pitching their product to customers, but talking about your business goes beyond covering your product's feature sets. We need to consider what the business is best at or are the only provider of, how your business compares to the competition, and when you beat them, why do you win? Having the cheapest price is never the best answer. Think about any unique skills or domain expertise you can highlight. And what are the barriers to entry that stop your biggest competitor from spending a couple of million to take your market share? These are all questions we try to answer when preparing deliverables for our clients. So we just covered the internal factors, the impact valuation. But let's shelve that for a moment to remember that valuation doesn't occur in a vacuum. It's informed by multiple external factors such as interest rates, public market valuations, and the number of private equity and non-tech buyers that are active in the market now. So let's start with a buyer ecosystem. If you were asked to write down who you thought your buyers would be, this list initially comes to mind. This category of strategic buyers has about $1 trillion of dry powder for acquisitions and often see companies that provide complementary products or services, are in a target geo, are upstream or downstream in their food chain, have advanced technology, or are up-and-coming competitors. However, strategic buyers are no longer the dominant buyers of technology companies. Over the past 10 years, private equity has eaten the world, software included, and they have about $3 trillion to play with. Now, this isn't your dad's private equity, who are corporate raiders over leveraged businesses and slashed jobs. This new generation of tech-focused private equity firms behave a lot like strategic buyers, deploying cash through their portfolio companies, doing deals for strategic reasons such as technology and market footprint, and often at strategic prices and multiples. I would say that about half of firms that we sell today are to private equity firms in their portfolio companies, and you can see examples of that below. Of course, not all PEs are the same. There are firms that do a high volume of deals and are fairly tech-savvy, possibly staffed by former tech executives. But there are many more smaller firms that operate like search funds. A lot of you listening today have probably received some sort of inbound interest from these firms that aren't doing as many deals and may not be as sophisticated. I would also note that PEs that play in this space seek to grow business, so we rarely if ever see job cuts in any of the companies that we sell. Their goal is to grow the business by rolling up smaller firms and either sell up to a strategic or exit through a spec for a target return of 3 to 5x. And there are a lot of benefits to having a single well-capitalized partner that'll help you grow instead of dealing with the stress of constantly fundraising. Let's look at the numbers. On the private equity side, the number of tech platform deals has more than doubled in the past 5 years. Although in 2019 we saw that number decline for the first time, and again in 2020, though the numbers bounced back in 2021 to near record heights. In 2022, there was a slight decline in platform deals, but if you include bolt-on acquisitions year over year, PE deal volume increased. As for 2023, it has the potential to surpass the previous 2 years in terms of the number of transactions. Bolt-on deals outnumbered platform deals considerably in 2022, making it a record year, as PEs focused on growing existing portfolio companies. Another major development in the buyer ecosystem is that non-tech buyers have become more active over the past few years, with companies like Walmart and PetSmart buying adjacent online properties, companies like McDonald's and Yum Brands buying AI to improve efficiency, retailers like IKEA and Office Depot differentiating themselves through ancillary services. Even cosmetic companies are getting in the game, buying augmented reality filters to help sell more product. The health of public markets has also a big impact on buyer appetite and valuations. We can say with certainty that tech M&A expands and contracts with the public markets, with bull markets seeing higher M&A deal volume and value, and bear markets seeing fewer deals with worse valuations and structures. In the public markets, leading U.S. indices including the S&P Tech, Dow, and NASDAQ held their ground near record highs in October. Analyzing the performance of our 6 sectors, sales multiples maintained their healthy levels in the third quarter of 2023 after jumping higher in the second quarter, with the consumer and internet sectors displaying a nice upward trajectory. Pivoting to EBITDA multiples, the vertical sector maintained its position at the top of the list. The practice of not disclosing deal amounts persists, but based on the accessible data, it's evident that the median revenue multiple has increased from 1.5 to 2 times, which could be attributed to various factors, including increased competition in the market, greater demand for tech companies with strong revenue streams, improved financial performance of business, and potentially a shift in valuation methods or investor preferences. The tech market has seen a boost in share prices as the Federal Reserve's comments on potential interest rate increases were viewed positively. The chip industry is rebounding, with companies like Intel and Samsung benefiting from increased tech demand, which is relieving concerns in the global semiconductor industry. In the sports tech sector, mergers and acquisitions hit a new high in the second quarter, with a focus on media-related deals. BlackRock reported strong profits but saw a decline in net inflows, indicating a hunt for acquisition opportunities. Goldman Sachs suggests that despite growing pessimism about U.S. economic growth, certain sectors may still perform well, such as financial services, semiconductors, and materials, due to the belief in the economy's relative resilience. However, there are a multitude of reasons we expect M&A activity levels to remain healthy. On the seller side, it's the only visible exit strategy for the vast majority of tech founders, because tech companies are not the type of business you can just hand down to your kids. And very few companies are in a position to go through a formal IPO process. And because the assets of software companies are often intangible, the lack of hard assets make bank financing almost impossible for MBOs and ESOPs, especially at the types of valuations that are seen in the M&A market. Buyers will always need to acquire tech companies. This is how they grow revenue, gain IP, increase their valuations, and capture market share. In a survey of tech execs, 2/3 say they plan to grow through either recruiting new talent or adding new products or services, two things that M&A accomplishes extremely well. So M&A targets have enjoyed a seller's market for the past 6 years, and on our end, we're still seeing good valuations with structures tilted toward cash. But in a real downturn, many buyers may disappear from the market entirely, and you'll see lower values, less cash up front, more earnouts, and at the market bottom, you might not even get cash. You might get private stock that's illiquid. So we know that timing in the market is key, and the M&A process takes time on average between 6 to 9 months, between preparing your engagement materials, making management presentations, fielding offers, negotiating the deal, and due diligence. There's a lot that needs to happen before and during the sale of your company, so going through a structured process is your best bet for achieving an optimal valuation outcome, because a good advisor will know the buyer's universe and bring multiple offers to the table. And as we all know, the more competitive the process, the higher the value. They will also help position the intangible assets of your business, assess the fair market value of your company, and help collect valuable feedback to improve your business so you can stay focused on running your company and hitting those numbers. Ultimately, process is key to achieving an optimal valuation outcome. And given how sensitive M&A valuations are to broader market conditions, we urge anyone considering an exit to calibrate your company's value while the window of opportunity is open.
Thank you for attending today's session. If you have any questions at all, please let us know and we will follow up with you individually.
Thank you, Alden, for such a great presentation. It's really useful and beneficial to our audience, and I hope everyone's appreciated that. Now, I'll turn it back over to Anna. Anna?
Thank you, Mark. I hope you enjoyed the first part of the conference. We will now take a short break, but stay tuned and we'll be right back with a special presentation, Go-to-Market Process, followed by our buyers panel.
In 1985, we founded Quorum to be a completely different kind of investment bank. One led by software CEOs who have built and sold their own tech companies to help fellow entrepreneurs who want to do the same. In this video, the third in the Optimal Outcome video series, we will be talking about going to market via a global partner search, resulting in a buyout, acquisition, or recapitalization of your company. As you saw in the video on maximizing your valuation, we invested over $50 million and an extraordinary amount of discipline into building the industry's largest tech M&A knowledge base to help our clients get to the right people and the right buyers for maximum value. Then, in the merger experience video, we showed you how we paired that with the most successful 8-step process and global team approach. If you haven't listened to these 2 short videos, please take a few minutes to do so. It will make this presentation more relevant for you.
Let's go through the challenges, tasks, and timelines necessary to create the auction environment to get you and your company an optimal outcome. That is, maximum price, optimum structure, minimize liabilities and taxes, best employment agreements, and proper integration. Before we begin, let's align on a few topics to ensure that your company doesn't become a deal disaster. First, the merger myths and misperceptions surrounding today's tech M&A market. Myth 1. Do a valuation, then go to market. Not a good idea. You'll scare off some buyers, leave money on the table with others. Valuations aren't done until later, when you know who the interested buyers are. Myth 2. Companies are bought, not sold. Not true. That means you're going to wait for the phone to ring? Really? Those first callers are usually bottom feeders trying to lock you up cheap. You deserve better. You need to control the process. Myth 3. We have a buyer. Most firms who come to Quorum have been approached or even have an offer. 75% of the time, there's someone other than the first bidder who you will end up selling to. Myth 4. Buyers don't want an intermediary. Why do you think that is? In many cases, these are firms trying to lock you up in exclusive negotiations and don't want competitive bidders. Sophisticated buyers know that getting these transactions done isn't easy, and having professional help increases the odds of success for both sides. Myth 5. You don't want to go to market too early. There was a time when that was true. Not today. Buyers are looking for companies earlier and earlier. They want to get that new technology, that bolt-on piece that's going to round out their competitive offering. Now, let's look at the merger truths around tech M&A. Number 1. The optimal outcome you're looking for is a result of the process of doing a global partner search. It's not just about evaluation. You have to create competitive tension. The second truth is that today, in tech M&A, it's about the story, not so much about the financials and spreadsheets. Now, it's what your technology represents to the buyer's future. The third truth is that you need the right message. That armor-piercing soundbite delivered to the right person and buyer. That means inside knowledge of the buyers, what they're looking for, and how you map to the tech trends and best practices they want. Number 4. A lot of people don't realize that they get one chance at buyers. They're busy. Again, this underscores the need for the right message to the right person, because once they turn you down, it's hard to get back in the door. Number 5. Tech M&A can be a journey. You get extraordinary confirmation and feedback, sometimes about things you have to improve to get the value you want. So you have to go off market for a bit. Quorum is the only firm in the world that has put together a hiatus program that allows you to do this and not lose momentum. Lastly, this is the most important transaction of your life. So, like you've done with building your company, do it right. If you don't, you won't get the value you deserve, or even an offer.
Let's refresh on some numbers. Every year, Quorum surveys buyers and asks them, what is the percentage of overtures you make to selling companies that actually result in a transaction? It's only 11%. so be careful about celebrating too soon. 89% of the time, that overture from buyers is not going to work out. The most important number is 48%. That is average improvement from first offer to final offer with a global search process. Lastly, that 90% number. Why is that higher now? The reason is simple. It's hard selling virtually to firms you don't personally know.
Here's your conundrum. The seller and buyer are diametrically opposed on all major issues: price, structure, taxes, liabilities, and employment agreements. The problem? You're negotiating with your future boss. It can get stressful. So, given the uniqueness of preparing and selling software and IT companies, what should you require in an investment bank? Here's the result of a recent survey. The first thing is focus. That's how you were successful in your business. It's focus, right? It's even more true in the M&A business. You want someone who specializes in software and IT, and more specifically on the sell side. It is a completely different process than financing or buying companies. The second one is domain expertise. If they don't know your domain, they'll get lost in representing you. The buyers will quickly see through their lack of knowledge, wondering why you hired them. The third one, and this is oftentimes the number one, is buyer knowledge. Specifically, data on the buyers. You need to know how they buy, how they negotiate, how they go through due diligence, and how they close. Much of this is inside information. Then there's access to buyers. That's different. Do the buyers know and trust your investment bank? Have they done business together? That's even more critical in today's virtual environment. Next is preparation. Do they know what's required by the buyers? The reason is simple. Well-prepared companies have a much greater chance of success. Poorly prepared companies don't make it. Thought leadership is essential. You need thought leadership on your side to craft your message, map to what the buyers want, and get a higher value aligning with disruptive trends. A global search is a must. The buyers are everywhere. Indeed, 25% of sellers end up being bought by someone they've never heard of. A lot of them are foreign firms. While we told you it was foolish to start out by taking a valuation to the buyers, there may be a time when you need a valuation with the final bidders. You must have somebody on your side who can give you the high ground on pricing negotiations. Negotiation is no place for juniors or non-experts with the intricacies of transactions involving intellectual property. Sophisticated strategic and financial buyers will completely overwhelm the inexperienced. The last one is due diligence guidance. Your advisor needs to know where the due diligence landmines are with each and every buyer and how to avoid them.
At Quorum Group, we only sell software and IT companies. That's all we do. That's all we've ever done. It's a completely different business than other types of M&A, buying or financing. We're the world leader in cross-border transactions. We ourselves are former tech CEOs who have both built and sold our own companies. We're the best prepared people in the world to help you negotiate. And what we've found is it takes a team. So each engagement has a team of 5, the best in their field. We described in the video on maximizing your valuation that we set about building the world's leading buyer knowledge base, tracking everything, logging every conversation. Today, because of this investment, Quorum is rated as the #1 most active firm in the world by Axial. Our knowledge base also draws from the major public databases, 451, PitchBook, CapIQ, as well as Bonneville, Hoovers, and others. This gives our clients the ultimate advantage. You have to have access to those databases to go through this process successfully. So don't work with a firm that doesn't have them. It'll hurt your transaction. None of these databases has Quorum's proprietary knowledge. One other thing Quorum has done is build a World Technology Council of over 500 former clients and industry luminaries, technology experts who give us access in every region and market in the world. Even more important than that proprietary buyer data is Quorum's relationships with buyers. All of them. Just look at some of these representative names. These firms know us. They get our research, send their staff to our classes, attend and speak at our monthly events, as well as speak at the WFS Growth and Exit Strategies Conference. Industry leaders and luminaries help us present our annual report and our top 10 disruptive trends. And of course, there are the financial PE buyers, who are even more active. Quorum knows all of them because we've built relationships outside of the crucible of deals, getting to know the buyers themselves. In the virtual age, this has given our clients a huge advantage. There are many other buyers, holding companies, the family funds, and non-tech. For example, Bosch, who outbid Google for a leading IoT technology. Same with Brother, a major Japanese non-tech company. To help you get a higher value, it's essential to map you to best practices, knowing what they're looking for in marketing, organization, and financials. Years ago, we wrote a book called Power Planning: How to Structure Your Software Company for Success. We used the principles of this book to take our clients through a mini strategic audit to best prepare them to go to market. This is the basis for the format of the modern IPM, Initial Presentation Meeting, that will underpin the go-to-market process and drive maximum valuation for you. Quorum is the tech M&A thought leader. Every year, we publish the top 10 disruptive trends at our annual Global Tech M&A broadcast. These are published with an advisory board that has recently included IBM, Microsoft, SAP, Google, and top PE firms like Vista, KKR, Rubicon, and Riverside. Why is the top 10 so important? Trends create change. Change drives strategic imperative. And strategic imperative drives acquisitions, makes deals happen. Well-positioned companies relative to these trends get sold for a higher value.
The trends this year are people-centric productivity, composite commerce, actionable analytics, remote trust, edge of the cloud, low-code everywhere, focused managed services, health tech continuum, smart logistics, and blue-collar software.
Do you map to any of these trends? So, how do you gain the high ground on valuation negotiations? When it comes to valuations, no one has done more than Quorum. We've done more research, education, and writing on the valuation topic. Quorum is the only tech investment bank published in Wiley textbooks for graduate business school studies. We are the clear leader in tech valuations, which gives you the high ground.
As we talked about in detail in the merger experience video, it's the process that generates the value. Preparation, research, contact, discovery, negotiation, due diligence, closing, and later integration. You want to leave no stone unturned. In terms of the timeline, here's what it looks like. Your goal is to successfully execute the sale of your company with detailed preparation, research, and a time-tested sales process to create an auction environment for maximum value. In today's virtual environment, it can happen very quickly. Buyers are hungry. Weeks 1 to 5 is preparation. We can get you to market in weeks. This is where we're crafting your story. We begin with the CEO worksheet, your IPM with your Quorum team, and your executive summary. The only thing we ask you to fill out is the CEO worksheet, and even that we will help you with. Then you get your buyers list, synergy analysis, review of financials, meeting with your deal team, and coaching the go-to-market strategy. During weeks 6 to 14, there's NDAs, sending information and conference calls, getting you in front of the buyers. Today, this is all virtual. You have some milestone meetings, more mutual discovery, and you start to winnow out who is best qualified and showing the greatest interest. We're preparing you for each call, guiding and coaching you. Weeks 15 to 26, you're getting into negotiations. Managing the auction process, you're bringing all the parties in with offers at hopefully the same time. Organizing final meetings, populating the virtual data room. You start to negotiate with the top bidders. You select one and then go into no shop with that bidder and notify the other parties. One of the reasons we're able to create an auction process is, frankly, we just have a lot more data. Who should be at the top of your list? Who are the longs? Who are the specials? Who should be contacted first or later? Who should not be contacted? Let me give you an example. If you contacted your leading competitor who knows a lot about you, they could probably make an offer right away, right? Now what? Do you then say, sit tight for 3 months while we go talk to the rest of the market? No. You have to stage your buyer contact based upon knowledge about how fast buyers can respond or what it takes to get their interests. Quorum has that knowledge, the leading buyer knowledge base in the world. Finally, the final weeks in the closing section. This stage involves detailed negotiation of final purchase agreements, negotiation of employment agreements, non-compete agreements, and there's some integration planning. Then you go to close and receive final payment. Quorum uses a team approach throughout this entire process. Your Quorum team will consist of researchers, writers, valuators, industry analysts, and deal makers drawn from around the world, all of them the best in the business with knowledge about our client's market and domain. Our team offloads you to run your business. We craft the deal so it doesn't get micromanaged by the lawyers, which will make the process more expensive.
There are 5 major benefits of doing the process right. Each of them is significant. First off, if you go through this properly, the preparation process, you will forge a much better business model whether you sell or not. The next one is that you'll have a much better tuned positioning statement. The research of competitive companies, buyers, what they want, and mapping to trends will give you a much stronger positioning statement. The third one is an interesting one. We learned this one. The buyer contact and all the discussions give you insights to help improve your value. You could pay $1 million and do market researching and not get the kind of feedback we get during this process. The fourth one, and this is a surprise to a lot of people, is you go through a lot of NDAs. You open a lot of doors, but they're not buyers. But they could end up becoming business for you. And the last one is, you're hoping to do some kind of merger, sale, or financial recap of your company. Any one of these will justify the time and expense of going through the process. You've worked hard to build your company. You deserve the best possible outcome. So for the most important transaction of your life, go to market with the most successful process in history.
Welcome back. It's great to see the video of the go-to-market process. One of the things that I often tell clients, prospective clients that we work with here at Quorum, is the reason we have such a defined process and we apply it to every single client we take to market is because we know it works. Now it's time to move on to the buyers panel, answering key questions such as what tech buyers are really looking for in today's market and how can you build relationships to capture that maximum value for your company. Welcome to our buyers panel. We've got a fantastic group of panelists assembled today. We're going to have some pretty interesting conversation. What I'd like to do is maybe call on each of our panelists to introduce themselves. First, over to you, Alex.
Hi, thanks for having me on the panel today, Mark and team. My name is Alex Lega. For the past 5 years, I was head of corporate development at Acronis, cyber protection tech unicorn, backed by Goldman Sachs, CVC, BlackRock, and many other institutional investors. I'm currently on the sabbatical, even though I've been approached many times to rejoin the corporate world as a CFO in tech companies.
Well, welcome back. And again, welcome back to a WFS event, Alex. It's great to have you. Another repeat participant, Samir, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thanks for having me back again on the panel. I think the last time I was on the panel was during the pandemic. This is in better times from all our perspective. Name is Samir Kanwar. I'm a partner at Capital Square Partners. We are a niche technology services fund. I've been into the investing space now for over 15 years, and prior to that, more than 12 years in the corporate world on the other side of the table, where I was an operating manager from an IT services perspective. So it's great to be back and look forward to an engaging discussion today.
Terrific. Awesome, Samir. It's great to have you back. And I guess I'm also pleased to be able to welcome another Mark to the panel. Mark Hall, welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. My name is Mark Hall. I'm Head of Acquisitions and Integration at WiseTech Global. WiseTech Global is a software company building software for the logistics industry. We're a product-led company. We've been listed on the Australian Securities Exchange for the last 7 or 8 years, since 2016. And during that time, we've made about 45 acquisitions to add to the organic growth that we have on our core logistics platform, which is called CargoWise One. So, it's nice to be here and happy to share some thoughts.
Terrific. Welcome, Mark. We look forward to drawing on that acquisition experience today. And a particular welcome, Lavina, welcome.
Mark, quickly, I work as Senior Manager at Agility Health in the M&A team. Have more than 8+ years of experience across industries and geos, and look forward to the session today.
Lavina, it's great to have you, and it's great to have such an experienced panel join us for today's session. We're going to step through a number of different topics. We won't do them in any specific order in terms of respondees. We'll call on you, I guess, in sequence, and then we can always feel free to interject if you have a particular comment, or let's treat it as much of it as an open discussion as we can. But the first one is one of discovery. And I guess this is a bit of a leading question, but I'm going to call it the same order as we just did the introductions. But is there a right time for you to buy a company? Any particular right time? Alex?
That's a tough one. I don't think that there is really a right time. I think it's a little bit like falling in love. You need to find the right team that you are going to be joining, that you will be working with, because you've been spending years building your company and growing it, and this is not the end of the road when you sell. The buyer will want you to stay on board, and they will want you to carry on with what you've done with actually more means. So you definitely have to enjoy the second stage of this journey.
I think it's good advice. Samir, what about you? When's the right time for you to buy a company?
So I guess, Mark, from our perspective, I'll have a probably very different perspective from everybody else on the panel, given the fact that I'm more on the private equity side and more as an investor. And from our perspective, what we have seen as the right time is wherever we find the right growth mindset within a potential portfolio company, right? As long as the promoters, and especially given our focus in terms of identifying niches where promoters are going to be staying back and growing with us the next level of journey, through the next level of journey of creating shareholder value, for us, growth mindset is always very, very critical. And especially based on the niches which are available, we constantly look towards the right mindset where people are looking towards both organic and inorganic growth strategies as key drivers for their growth, not just an organic growth strategy. And last but not the least, we've always found that a downturn is definitely a very, very exciting time to buy, because that's where niche technologies, and I'm not talking purely from a valuation perspective, it's just that niche technologies really become cutting edge and differentiated, from a client-based perspective. And that's the right time for us to really invest in companies which are focusing on niches for the future.
Terrific. So growth mindset, but also that niche focus. Mark, how about you? When do you think is the right time to buy a company?
Yeah, so I suppose my perspective on this, Mark, and the perspective from where I'm coming is more as a buyer and a strategic corporate buyer rather than an investor. So I think to answer the sort of question, obviously, I don't think there's a right time that you should buy in terms of the cycles in the markets, for example. But I think, perhaps drawing a little bit on what Alex said, I think there can be a right time to buy, which is when your company is ready to acquire that company. And, I think the things you've got to look for is, really clear strategic reason and rationale to make the acquisition in the first place. I think the business itself needs to be, stable and financially ready to make the acquisition. It's really hard to buy a business and integrate it if your core operations are not stable. Drawing on what Samir mentioned as well, it's a mixture of organic and inorganic growth. I think it's ideal for organically growing businesses to make acquisitions. I think it's really hard work, or it's harder work if you don't really have any fundamental organic growth within your own business. to then make other acquisitions and make them a success. So I think those are the sorts of things that I'd be looking for in terms of when the right time to actually make an acquisition is. And then, of course, there are other fundamentals about what type of acquisition you're looking for, whether you find one, as sort of Alex intimated, that's the right cultural fit, for your business. It has to be right. And the sellers have to be willing to sell as well. It's all very well looking to buy a business, but you've got to find a willing seller with the right culture, the strategic rationale under it. So I think those are the sorts of things that I'd be thinking about, in terms of when the right time to buy businesses.
That was just an interesting, different perspective. It's not just about the target, but are you as an acquirer ready to buy? That's an interesting perception. Lavina, same question. When do you think it's the right time to buy a company?
Considering I'm going to answer last, I agree with Alex, Mark, and Samir in a way. There is no right time to acquire a company. It's more on, the bio or strategic pitch, organic versus inorganic. The timing would need basically, the strategic decision that the company needs to make, whether they really want to buy a technology or whether it's a service for that matter as well, and to see if there are synergies there. Sometimes, there are situations where a company does not actually want to buy, but then they come across a good tech, which they feel can be an add-on to their solution in the future. So I would say it's majorly dependent on the buyer and where they see the exact fit or strategy where they see growth.
Terrific. Thanks, Lavina. It's great to get such a diverse view on our first question. The next one, I am going to go change the order around because I think by no means should you be last all the time, Lavina. You absolutely won't be. In fact, I'd kind of maybe like to call on you first for this time, if that's okay, Lavina. We've got quite a large number of tech entrepreneurs listening, watching us today. And they're all thinking about, maybe I should look at an exit, maybe I should look at being acquired. What pieces of advice would you give to a tech entrepreneur who's listening to us today and watching this session, who's looking to prepare for a time when they will be acquired? What advice would you give to them today?
So from a seller standpoint and, tech entrepreneurs, first question is the number of years that they're currently in the market. Second, the sector that they actually have a technology, whether it's across sectors, whether it's particularly for one sector, and, to see the market scale, the multiple that is going on and what they value their technology. Do they see it, being a fit 5 years down the line? So I would, say maybe they should wait, get investments, and then, grow their technology and then go ahead from a M&A perspective. But if they feel that their technology is innovative and something which is different and it's going to be a complete fit for a buyer or other companies in the market, then maybe they should go out and get the valuation in place to then sell their technology.
Terrific. Thanks, Lavina. I'm going to pose the same question now to Mark, if that's okay, just again to mix the orders up. What advice would you, Mark, give to a tech entrepreneur who is looking or thinking about preparing themselves for the M&A process?
Again, so it depends on the perspective, seller or buyer. I think if maybe I can answer it in one way, that in the same way though, because I think the best way to prepare yourself for selling a business is to actually put yourself in the buyer's shoes and think about it from their perspective and what things that they're most likely to be concerned about. I'm talking about sort of the DD and actual M&A process here rather than necessarily the time to sell. So I think thinking about it from a buyer's perspective is good. Thinking about the risks, that are in the business, having all of the information ready, available that you would want if you were buying a business to be able to understand it. I think doing all of that from a seller's perspective will stand companies in very good stead. I think thinking about the risks and maybe the weaknesses, of a business and trying to think in advance about ways of addressing those are things that will be very positive for a seller to do in advance. So again, almost doing a dry run of an acquisition process, I think would be a great way for sellers to prepare for. And I think from the other perspective, from a buyer's perspective, a lot of it is around, again, having that strategic rationale, really certain, making sure as you're going through the process that you're really clear and transparent with the sellers as to what your vision for the business is, because I think that transparency really helps. I think there's a lot of advisors and deals that are done that are sort of win-lose, and I think if you really focus on win-win, there's typically the best outcome for both parties, including, of course, the employees of each organization. I think from a buyer's perspective, again, making sure that you've got all your key stakeholders on board, not necessarily all stakeholders, but you've got key stakeholders that are on board and supportive, because the last thing, buying a business is tough, integrating a business is tough. And so, if there's internal disagreement about whether you should be doing an acquisition or not doing an acquisition, or the type of business that you've acquired, that makes things very much harder than if you've got support. So I think those are the things I'd be looking for from a buyer's perspective. But you can see by sort of flipping them round, you can think about those from two angles.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's some similarities between whether you look at it from the perspective of the seller or the buyer. But I have to say one thing: I think on both sides, dissonance amongst stakeholders is never a good thing. So making sure everyone's aligned is a really good piece of advice. Alex, how about you? What advice would you, again, this is advice to the tech entrepreneurs out there who are thinking about getting ready. What sort of advice would you give them?
I think there would be four pieces of advice I would provide. But first, remember that the people, these founders and CEOs in tech companies are going to be working with on the other side, they are all sitting right below senior management. They've got very little time available. They don't want to waste time. So ultimately, what you want to do is, I think the best thing you can do as an entrepreneur who wants to sell a company would be perhaps to hire an external advisor first, if it's your first time selling. There are a few benefits to that. First, it usually leads to a better outcome. Second, that allows you as the operator to continue focusing on the business while having a safe pair of hands manage the process, which is time consuming, can be onerous, and each mistake is just going to add weeks to the process. So having someone who have been doing this for years really helps. You should take time to set up a proper data room as well. It has to be exhaustive. One thing that I've noticed that some of the good sellers do, it's to have an FAQ that they have on a per department basis, and each internal stakeholder that's going to take part in the selling process will rehearse that FAQ, augmented regularly, but that way they are always ready to be basically pulled into a conversation by the advisor and the CEO, and they are always ready to provide answers and bring value to the process. The last piece of advice would be try to draft a plan, some sort of common vision. Like if you want to sell your tech company, who will be the ideal acquirer, and what are you bringing to the table? Are you going to help them drive more revenue, cut the costs, bring new customers, etc.? What does it look like in your head? So be proactive and don't just let the corporate development or the head of acquisition, etc., try to figure it out on your behalf from the get-go. Try to have more of a partnership instead of a you versus me conversation. One last thing would be, make sure that your numbers are correct.
Yes, look, I think that's a great advice, and certainly to the point around making sure the team's able to communicate to the acquirer, because that discovery process, often it's pretty exhaustive during due diligence and discovery, but it certainly does continue through the operation. From an operational standpoint, Cynthia, you've both worked as an operator and obviously now as an acquirer, an investor in many businesses. What sort of advice would you give to entrepreneurs out there today who are looking to maybe enter an M&A process? What sort of things would you tell them?
So the first thing I would do is one step before what even Alex mentioned about appointing the right partner and advisor, is to be having a very clear objective of what you want to achieve as an outcome. We've seen a lot of times entrepreneurs enter the process not sure whether they want to completely sell their stakes or look towards, retaining or rolling over part of their stakes. And during the process, then it becomes very murky because of the fact that you start looking towards the price points to determine where you want to go. And that's the first piece of advice which I would give to any entrepreneur. Be very clear and work with your advisor on that basis to say, are you looking towards a complete sale? Then you can look towards price maximization. But on the other hand, if you're looking towards rolling over your stake and growing it to the next level because the company has the opportunity / the legs to really take it to the next level, it is very important then to have a very different mindset. And the mindset out there would be then evaluate your investor who can add significant value as opposed to the investor who gives you the maximum, again, the pricing, because of value which you can create combined on a joint journey in terms of the effort put in to help grow the business both organically and through M&A process. And what kind of the entire cookbook to the investors bring to the table with respect to how do you go across the process of identifying, integrating, and working with the combined entities. So I think that's where really I would advise the people. And as a last but very critical important point here is, let's focus on the right price from an ROI perspective. Because when any investor comes in the picture, the investor is looking toward a certain return profile, which they're very open to share with you over a particular horizon, to the extent even going to share upside beyond that with the management team. So it's very important to ensure that these three elements are taken into picture before you embark on any process, because the operationalization of the process is something which the advisors can really help very, very clearly. So that's what I would recommend to tech entrepreneurs.
Terrific. I guess I want to throw my next, thanks, Samir. I want to throw my next question out to the panel at large, and it's a little bit of a loaded question, but can you give me, of the companies that you've acquired in various forms and means, can you give us some examples where the sellers have actually done things by your standards that were considered right? Give me some examples where someone's done the right thing as a seller. Doesn't need to be the whole process, can just be a part of the process or something they've done that you can consider as right. In fact, maybe I'm going to I'll try to do the same order. Lavina, I might throw it to you first. Can you give me an example of where a seller has done something right?
See, the first thing, as Samir mentioned, is, they need to get, if I'm, not valuation, but at least get the numbers right and get their mind right on whether they want to sell or not. Sometimes there are situations when you are in midst of the TD process and they say, okay, we're taking a back step. We don't want to go ahead because we want to, grow the company ourselves. So that's one thing that they really need to get it right. The second is, if you decided to sell the company, you have to keep your data room or all the information available for the buyer, because they have a timeline that they stick to close a particular transaction. It cannot go on for 6 months or a year. So you have to have like a proper timeline of maybe a 90-day or 4 months, whatever it is. So the sellers need to keep their data correct and in one place. So that's something that I think needs to be done right.
Terrific. Thanks, Lavina. How about you, Mark? Can you give any quick examples of just where you've seen a seller just do something right?
Yeah, I think that you do come across examples, and not all of these are in individual transactions necessarily, but different things across other transactions. But mostly it's running a tight process, and I think that comes down to a lot of the things that we've already talking about being ready, making sure the numbers are clear. I think Alex's point about having whether it's advisors or having a way to make sure that the business operations aren't impacted, I think is a really key thing, because you can imagine, especially as maybe an entrepreneur founder running the business, a lot of the buck stops with you along the whole of the M&A process, and you get very, very much dragged into that. So if the business is going to suffer as a result of that, then your financials are not going to be as good during the period of the acquisition. Your performance generally is not going to be as good during that period of the DD process because of the distraction. And then, of course, that ends up adding in some lack of confidence to the buyers and extends the process, and then it becomes worse and worse and worse. So managing to get everything, tight and upfront, being committed to that transaction, having the data ready, making sure it's accurate, and having thought about it from a buyer's perspective. I think those are the key things that I'd keep coming back to.
Yeah, look, I think that's a really key piece of advice during the whole M&A process. It's worth remembering that the seller's got to do this in addition to their day job, and their day job is continuing to grow the business and execute it. Yeah, certainly in the advisory side, we've seen this from buyers that are very, very finely tuned towards any drop-off, any performance miss during a process. How about you? Sorry, Mark, go ahead.
I was just going to say as well, being realistic with yourself and your advisors, I think is really important as well, because, there might be some people that come and say, don't worry, we can sell this business in 6 weeks. It'll fly. It'll all be fine. There'll be no distractions. But it's just, it's not realistic. So I think that the best way is to anticipate that there's going to be problems and there's going to be delays, plan for them, and work out how you're going to deal with them rather than hope for the best. So I think if you're realistic and you plan for those distractions, those bad things, then you've got a much higher chance of success, because there's almost always going to be something that comes up that you don't anticipate. So being as ready as you can for it is the best plan.
Anticipating the unexpected, I think, is excellent advice. Alex, any points where you've seen a buyer or a seller actually do a really good thing during a process? Anything exceptional?
I have seen a few sellers actually ticking all the boxes that I've mentioned previously. Hiring the external advisor, setting up a proper data room, making sure the numbers were correct, rehearsing, etc. Those that actually went the extra mile, in my opinion, it was more about the human touch, not just about the business and the numbers. It was the quality and the integrity of the process. And that means that these guys, the sellers, did not argue on small details. They got the big picture right. Very quickly, we managed to discuss valuation, expectations, get to an LOI very quickly, because they understood that between the LOI and the deal's closing, there is actually the real due diligence that happens. And you want to get that process started instead of arguing for 3 months over, is there a comma here in the LOI or whatever. And those that really got it right, they actually wanted to be put in front of senior management of the acquirer as fast as possible so that they could pitch.
Okay.
So I think it's really, it boils down to that. It's understanding that they are going to be employees for a period of time with the acquirer, and they want to be seen as team players that are going to be valued team members and working very well with senior management.
Terrific. How about you, Samir? Any examples where a seller has absolutely got things right? And what did they get right?
I think as Mark said, every process has its nuances and complexities / the unexpected. But I think where some of the sellers get it right is when they are being completely transparent with within the entire process, right? Good, bad, ugly. They don't hide stuff because they realize sooner or later, as Alex mentioned, during the diligence process, it does come out. But being upfront, being transparent actually gives that extra comfort to the acquirer of the stake coming in the picture. And then they tend to start working combined and jointly with the sellers to overcome if they're seriously they're serious buyers. So I would just add to whatever the group has said in terms of transparency in the entire process.
That's great advice. Transparency. Someone, I can't remember who it was, but someone said that sunlight is the best disinfectant. Transparency and giving visibility is everything. And I think that certainly applies to M&A. Now for the fun question. And again, no names. But can you give us does anyone have any examples of when a seller has absolutely made a colossal mistake, when they've absolutely done something wrong? Again, names withheld will protect the guilty. But Mark, you've got any examples of when the seller's just completely got it wrong?
Yes, not that I can particularly share, but I think they come back to the same sort of recommendations, or the converse of the recommendations we've been made. I mean, lack of transparency, where you find some level of dishonesty or an intent to mislead. I think those are the sorts of things that just crater deals, because it doesn't matter how good a business might be or the financial returns might look. If you break some of those key fundamental principles, then I don't think there are many buyers that would go ahead with that. I mean, and that can be all manner of things. It can be things within the business. I mean, I've been involved in things many years ago where one of the individuals had a track record that they'd hidden or hadn't disclosed to the buyers, which was something that wasn't was certainly frowned upon, and it wasn't necessarily itself a bad thing. It was just the lack of disclosure around that really, and that kind of created the deal. So, for me, I think the major mistakes. There are things, and I think Alex's point was good around not focusing too much on the details and making sure you get the big picture right. I think those are all things, but they can be things that sort of steer buyers away. But the real fundamental ones for me, I think, come to lack of transparency, any kind of dishonesty or misleading conduct.
All right. I think, Lavina, you're next. Any examples where the seller's absolutely done something wrong, specifically wrong?
I mean, again, no name basis, as you suggested, Mark. But sometimes there are situations where sellers, because they really want to sell their business, might have eventually it comes back to finances or, employees at the end of the day and their track record. So there are situations where they have particular adjustments, but they're not truthful about it as to why, when, how things happen. And eventually when you go ahead in the DD process, you do find out few things. So it's better to be quite transparent from day one, whether it's financials, whether it is employee specific. That's something that I think at least we've seen, or I have seen, sellers go wrong.
It's funny, we keep on coming back to transparency, and I think that's so critical, particularly because this is just where two parties are trying to create a bond of trust.
That's where the synergies come. I mean, when we say, where acquisition is more like marrying, there are two companies marrying each other. So you have to be very, very open and basically come all out.
And I think that the point is that you're going to get found out eventually. Like, even if things don't arise during the deal process, even if you get the deal done, these things come out. You can't paper over them. And so you've got to think about the consequences of what you're doing, how you're acting and behaving during the deal process.
Yeah, it is a space where there's pretty much no opportunity to hide, and it's going to be found, so you might as well put it out there up front. In fact, I'll just in case he's watching, my colleague and friend Dan Bernstein made a very interesting comment at our events in New Zealand last week, where he was talking about that marriage analogy. And he gave a pretty interesting story. I won't go into it, but it involves Bangkok. And Dan, this is for you in case you're listening. Alex, anything to add? Anyone got any other examples of particular colossal screw-ups that a seller's made?
I've had a grin on my face for the past 5 minutes. So I've got one.
Okay, let's go.
So a company that we wanted to acquire. In tech, you usually look at multiples of revenue as a yardstick, right? And sometimes a temptation is there to actually fudge those numbers. And I came across actually a company that fudged millions of dollars worth of ARR. And their auditors, which was a very famous auditor, actually it was fine by them. So during the due diligence process, we had some very interesting conversations with the CFO and the CEO of that target company, so that they had to justify why revenue was X and not Y.
Wow. Yeah, look, there's one thing to be prepared. There's another thing to make things up. In fact, I know we can't name names, but afterwards I'm going to ask what that easy what is up.
Mark, the only point I would like to add to whatever has been talked about, because I agree with everything that has been said. The one other thing that we've seen is suddenly the promoters getting greedy towards the late stage of the entire process, right? Yeah. So, and that's the only other thing I would like to add here. I've seen that happening so many times, apart from all the other points like transparency and governance issues. But the other aspect that starts coming into picture is suddenly they're feeling that, they seem to be better off than what they were at the start of the process. So there is an excitement in these buyers' eyes to actually come across and start working together. And then greed sets in and they feel they can ask for something more at late stage. And that's a complete deal breaker. So I think that's the one other thing I would say we got to be careful about.
Yeah. Greed is never a good thing in an M&A process. I can testify to that. Look, Alex raised a good point talking about multiples, and that segues neatly into valuations. It's a complex question, particularly for early stage and technology companies. But I'm curious to see how each of the buyers on our panel goes about valuing a company, and just in that alignment, are there any sort of misconceptions about valuation that you see sellers having that maybe you would like to enlighten them? So, Mia, would you like to go first? Maybe just talk about how you go about valuing companies, and particularly, are there any misconceptions you see amongst sellers?
Yeah, so I think when we start valuing companies, it's primarily because we are working with the promoter teams to look towards taking them to the next level. So we start looking towards, what are the kind of niches they're focused on? What is the value, long-term value to clients which they bring to the table? But at the same time, we also start looking towards seeing, have they set the right kind of a second line of management in place? Because just the promoter group cannot take it to the next level alone, especially when we're looking towards both organic and inorganic growth. So and that's very reflective when you look towards the second line of management, which they have put in place. And it's not just a question of putting them in place. It also starts reflecting is what have they considered as what's in it for me for the management team? Have they structured the right kind of ESOP plans or upsides, to be shared with the management teams? Because that also then is very reflective of the management philosophy of carrying people along with them. So those are some very, very critical areas which we start looking at when we value companies to see, are they really prepared for the next level of growth in the companies? Apart from the standard, does that particular sector or space have a growth potential? One critical misconception which we have seen with companies is totally focusing on the transaction comparables of what they consider as competitors in that space without having a clear idea about what was the secret sauce of the companies which got valued at the valuations they received. So I think that's where everybody needs to take a very hard look at, internally at what are those parameters, are they spec for the growth aspect to be able to command those transaction comps. That's something I would just talk about.
Terrific. Thanks, Samir. I think we were sort of fading a little bit on your volume. So if there's a way of maybe increasing your microphone volume, that would be great. Mark, how about you? Any sort of common misconceptions that you've seen when it comes to sellers that you'd like to, lighten them around valuation and valuation perceptions?
I think probably from a seller's perspective, and again, I'm probably just going to revert to a buyer's perspective, and because it's obviously related, but just a different perspective. I think from a seller's perspective is probably taking account of the market conditions. When you're selling a business, especially one that you've established and you've built yourself, it's very personal, and someone telling you that the business isn't worth what it was a year ago because markets have changed doesn't feel right to you, because most likely you've grown the business and you know it, and from your perspective it hasn't really changed. So I think that's something that can certainly cause a lot of friction in sale processes and can cause challenges. I think the other general sort of valuation misconception that I see is just identifying the difference between price and value. Price being the amount that you have to pay to be able to acquire the asset, which is an amount that a seller is willing to accept, and $1 more than the next willing buyer is prepared to pay. Valuation being what it's actually worth to you with what you're going to do it. And I think a lot of time, especially from a buyer's perspective, people look at a business and they say it's not worth that amount of money, but without thinking about what that really means. And it gets caught up into a valuation discussion, but people aren't clear about whether they're really talking about value or whether they're talking about price. So I think identifying and recognizing that those two things are different is not a conversation that you hear very often. And I think that's why I'd probably flag it as a bit of a common misconception.
Alex, how about you? What advice would you give to sellers in terms of sort of how they're perceiving valuations and how they're trying to communicate valuations and understanding them from an M&A process standpoint?
I think if you speak to the right advisors, they should ground you in reality. So that's step one. Have some realistic expectations with regards to where the valuation for your sort of company actually lies today and tomorrow. Now, from an operator's perspective, when I was buying companies and I had founders telling me, I raised X million dollars at that valuation, so that's my fair market value, I always discounted this. Okay, they were dropping an anchor in terms of price, and that rarely resonated with me. The reason was I would take their financials and I would have my own forecast based on my own inputs that would be given to me by product management, R&D, and all my colleagues. And based on what the business would look like in the future, then I would infer what valuation would look like. And I think, as Mark mentioned, there is really a dichotomy between price and valuation, price and value, especially when you take into consideration that a lot of the deals are actually structured. I don't know of any buyer, at least in Southeast Asia in recent times, that have just signed a check and it was cash in the bank of the seller, and then they could go and enjoy their life on a yacht. It was always with strings attached. There was always an earn-out. There was always a part of the consideration which was in equity of the buyer, etc. So it's a very complex topic. I wouldn't make valuation really the end all be all of the conversation. It's really about what makes the most sense for me as a seller today and in the future. How much will I make in the future, not just today?
We can't hear you, Mark.
Sorry, I think working on that element of deal structure, I mean, ensuring all aspects of that are considered in terms of the valuation, not just the consideration of close, I think is really good advice. Lavina, same question to you.
I agree with everyone, Mark. I'll just say, many a time sellers actually look at the market multiples, whether it's 4 to 5x or more than that, 10 to 12. But I would say that they really need to look at not only the current situation of the technology, because the technology company, it can be disruptive, if not today, tomorrow, or 5 years down the line as well. So I would say they really need to see where they value themselves today versus 5 years down the line, and then maybe take a call on what needs to be done, rather than just abide by what the market currently. That's one side to look at it, but they really need to see their strengths as well. So do a SWOT analysis there.
We might.
Sorry, Mark, go ahead.
I might just say one point, actually, Mark, that sort of links to something we said earlier as well. I think another challenge that I sometimes see on the seller's front is actually not having consensus among shareholders. I think that's a really key thing, because as I think we all know and have identified, that value is somewhat of an art rather than a science, and it means different things to different people. So obviously, if you've got more than one shareholder that you're having to deal with, then it's really important to have consensus amongst that group and know really what your value is, and what you're prepared to sell for. I think not having that consensus up front is probably a big mistake that some sellers can make, because it adds to deal uncertainty, which is not good and prevents you from acting quickly.
Yeah, look, I am curious. I think one of you has touched on it, but just again, here in Southeast Asia in particular, a lot of early stage tech companies have their valuations in their head, somewhat focused on their, you know where I'm going with this question, it's the venture valuations. We've just raised money at the XYZ valuation. Does anyone want to offer a comment on the relevance those sorts of valuations might actually have to the M&A process and actual exit potential of the company?
For me, it was completely irrelevant, because those valuations pertain to the latest shareholder that came in with that specific class of shares, and that doesn't translate into the valuation for the common shares. So what I usually did was I was looking at the cap table of the seller. I was, as I told you, looking at the financial forecast based on various inputs from my colleagues and whatnot. And then based on the valuation and the deal that I wanted to structure, I would then proceed looking at the waterfall. And then I would start to look at the deal from the seller's perspective. Who would be getting what in that deal?
Yes.
And I completely agree. And recently as well, there's a lot of sort of structured equity going in. So with preference rights and so forth on returns. So I think you have to take that into account. So it's nice to be able to say, hey, we're worth this much because we raised money for that much. But there's a lot of fine print to read.
But we might park valuation for a second. I think we could have an entire session just on valuation. Maybe we may do that at some stage in the future. But what I'd like to do now is move on to, I guess, the engine room of M&A, which is really due diligence. This is where everything happens, where discovery is really done, and sometimes it can be a place where good deals go to die. I'm kind of curious for each of you. By the time you get to due diligence with a particular seller, you're looking to acquire their company, you've got an LOI, you've agreed roughly on valuation and structure, and then you hit TD. Quick round the table, and I'll start with you, Lavina. What percentage of transactions, once you've actually hit TD, what percentage of transactions actually go through all the way to completion?
Percentage, if you ask me, based on my experience, I mostly 90+% go ahead and get acquired. Only exceptional situations where, they see like a complete point or a situation where it's like a complete no go ahead is where a deal, does not go through. But otherwise, I feel 90% plus goes through.
Terrific. Thank you. Mark, how about you?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. But I think with the caveat that it depends how good your LOI is in the first place, I think to one of Alex's earlier points, in how much you know the business. If you've only gone into a high level, then the likelihood of it not going ahead is obviously higher. But I think if you've asked some of the questions, again, I'm thinking about it from a buyer's perspective, but it applies equally from a seller's perspective. If you're going into a process to try and sell a business and you don't feel like the buyers really asked the questions they should have been asking to understand your business, or if you've not been open to answering some of those questions, then that's going to decrease the probability of a successful transaction. If you go out and you've been transparent from the beginning, you're prepared, all of the things we talked about earlier, then I think you should expect, a very high completion rate, as Lavina said.
Apologies, just to add in there, this is something to even go back to what Samir had mentioned initially. There are some times when the sellers get greedy post the DD process starts. That is actually one major reason that sometimes, the buyer is like, okay, let's just go with it. There's no problem. But sometimes it's like a complete no. versus, what you start with and buying that particular company.
Alex, any comment? What percentage of your transactions have once they've actually hit formal DD, have actually gone through?
I think it really depends on how the transaction came to life, whether we source the transaction with or without the help of an external advisor, or whether we were approached by external advisor that didn't really know us. Because as an operator, you know your customers, you know your market, you know your roadmap. So sometimes you will review something and it's quite opportunistic. Like, okay, well, perhaps it makes sense. And you get yourself into, okay, we put together an LOI, and in good faith, we would like to close that deal. But as you learn more and more along the way, you realize that it makes less and less sense. Whereas when those transactions are actually sourced internally or with people that actually know your business well, those transactions that go past the LOI have very high percentage probability of closing. I would say that in technology, what a lot of big companies have done, they've built a platform like Salesforce as a platform, Acronis as a platform, etc. And I like to have the red pill, blue pill strategy. You take the red pill, you continue living in Wonderlands. And you take the blue pill, and I would show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. And this blue pill usually starts with, let's strike a partnership. Let's put you on the platform. Let's see how our customers would react to the product. Let's see how our team and your team work together. And usually that makes things a lot easier and a lot faster. And we usually keep intermediaries and advisors in the loop as this happens as well.
Samir, on your side, what sort of percentage of deals do you see actually succeeding once they hit DD?
I think what we've been starting to do now of late has been to do two levels of diligences. One is an initial high-level diligence, because that gives us a better perspective of the business. Because, from both sides, there is a lot of time and effort which gets engaged, especially when you get into a detailed diligence stage. And as Alex mentioned, there are situations where initially everything looks good based on, whatever is being presented. But as you dig a little deeper, we get a fairly good sense whether it's something we'll pursue or not. But once we actually get into the detailed diligence space, subject to either us uncovering some governance issues or certain social elements today, because everybody is really focused on the ESG as a critical portion. From a tech perspective, there's a huge focus on governance, which is a deal breaker completely. Or if there is a social element which is not being addressed, for example, if the diversity ratio is not in place, whether it's gender or whether it's ethnicity, those are areas which can be plugged with a clear action plan drawn out. So then it all comes down to an aspect of the flexibility of the management teams and the vision of the management team to address some of these aspects. And we normally see there is a lot of kind of alignment on that. So we do see a significantly high percentage of deals. Once they get into the detailed diligence, we have covered some of these anyway as a part of the initial diligence. But if there is something which we uncover, which is an absolute not acceptable situation from governance, then we don't proceed.
Terrific. Thanks, Samir. Maybe I might just go quickly around around the table, so to speak, once more quickly. I'm just kind of curious for each of you, what sort of length of time do you see in DD? And, how long would a typical DD process last? And what sort of how many team members on the buyer side are often involved in DD? Maybe Lavina, would you like to go first? Just length of DD process on average and the number of people on your side that are involved.
Yes, Mark. Thank you. So DD process, based on experience, we have a timeline of 60-day period closure to get most of the things done within 60 days, if not max, another 30 days. But when it comes to the DD process, it's from a buyer's perspective, at least, we have DD partners that are hired, whether it's for check, finance, tax, HR, or whichever function, we feel or the buyer feels we need. So that's one thing. Second thing is, many cases the buyer needs to not only involve the M&A team, but also the other teams internally to know and see what they feel about the acquisition or acquiring a particular company. Because we need to see synergies there. We need to see that, the buyer plus the seller company, they get along, the employees get along. If not all the employees, but at least the decision makers from both the sides need to be involved. So the timeline would be around 60 to 90 days. And I would say it's more of involving the partners to help you out internally. Even though you might have a small team or a larger team, you need an external perspective as well.
Terrific. Thanks, Lavina. Maybe Mark next. Mark, quickly, what's your typical DD process look like in terms of length and the size of team involved on your side?
Yeah, really depends, Mark. I mean, I think a lot of it depends on how well you know the business up front, in terms of how much you've done in the preparation phase, or if you know the business from other operations or partnerships or anything like that. That can certainly reduce the time frame. Size of the business is obviously, size and complexity is obviously a key thing. So I think, you probably couldn't do much under 30 days, but I think, up to 90 days or longer if it's really, something really big. Some businesses need, regulatory approvals and stuff like that for, completing the deal and so forth. So I think those are sort of things you got to think about. I think Lavina mentioned, there's a lot of work streams. You're going to have to do financial, legal, and tax, and there's likely to be a people work stream of a business of any size. IT, cybersecurity kind of DD, product DD, depending, looking for the synergies and stuff. So I think this all comes down to, being prepared up front. Don't go in thinking it's going to be a 4-week process if you've got a really large, complex business and you've got lots of things to look at. Hopefully you talk to your advisors up front and they've given you realistic expectations of what things are going to be hard, what capacity that the company has to answer questions, because you can do all the preparation you like, but there's still going to be questions that come up, during that TD phase. So you need to have capacity to deal with those sorts of things. So I think it's difficult to say, but it comes back to some of the key principles that we talked about earlier: being prepared and being realistic.
Terrific. Thanks, Mark. And Alex, any sort of comments on DD length and team involved on deals you've been involved? And I think you're on mute, Alex.
Sorry about that. I was thinking about the question and what my fellow panelists were saying at the same time. I think that from my perspective, it also boils down to the state of the readiness of the seller. If they don't have all the information, etc., things are going to stretch for months. I think ideally it's 3 months. It can stretch up to 6 months. And the reason why it stretches up to 6 months is usually because as part of the due diligence process, we ask a lot of questions to facilitate the integration process as well. So we build the integration plan at the same time as we are dealing with the due diligence process. And we're already trying to budget and earmark resources, etc. So it's more of an ongoing process that leads to, there is a proper plan to drive this business from 0 to 1 right after closing, instead of just stopping the process at the end. That's why it takes longer.
Terrific. Thanks, Alex. And we're coming towards the end of our panel session, but one really important question I'd like to ask everyone. We've all spoken about the fact that I think none of you actually buy companies and expect the executives just to go sit on a yacht and go have a really good time. They're employed in the business post-transaction, and often have performance milestones related to the structure of a deal to be really important. Within each of your companies and how you acquire businesses, what does a typical post-acquisition employment agreement look like, particularly for founders and executive team members? And how long typically are you trying to, what's your preference in terms of Is it you normally look at a typical 1 year, 2 year? What sort of time frames do you often try and to use the phrase lock those executives in post transaction? Maybe Alex, would you like to go first this time?
Well, if the question is specifically about a founder and the earnout, usually it's 18 to 24 months.
Okay.
Now, during the due diligence process, we spend a lot of time because it's not just about the numbers, especially in technology, it's about the people. They build the product and they are going to be your colleagues. You try to benchmark their package to your packages and you see where the gaps are. You try to understand what would make the top performers happy. Sometimes it's not about money, it's about giving them more flexibility, for instance. Work from home or better healthcare or whatever. So you try to actually draft a package that works for everyone. Obviously, for the top performers, there is some sort of sign-on bonus that we offered as well. But ideally, my personal KPI was to make sure that when we're doing M&A, 18 months, 24 months later, the vast majority of the people that we acquired and then became colleagues still find that Acronis is a very good home for them and they want to carry on, especially the founders.
Okay.
So I think that founders that want to leave after the earnout is paid is unfortunate. I find that success is more about we bought this product, but we kept the people.
Enduring. Great. Lavina, how about you? What does your typical post-acquisition employment agreements look like?
Around 2 to 3 years time, which because as Alex said, it's a technology company, service companies, even then it's okay. But technology, you need to integrate it. You need to understand how the technology works. What is there in, within the tech? How can we improve it? So, and I would repeat again, it's a marriage. So we want the employees to be there for more time, but at least a minimum of 2 to 3 years.
Thanks, Lavina. Samir?
Again, perspective being different because we invest in the promoters. We normally look towards working with them till the fund is invested into the company in an ideal situation, because ultimately they're riding the upside and creating shareholder value. So that is the whole perspective which we look towards. But it's not atypical to look towards a 5-year kind of a horizon for both of us to look towards, looking towards the next exit at outer limit, so that it gives them a kind of finite timeline to look towards the value creation of themselves as well.
Terrific. Thank you, Samir. And Mark, lucky last again. Sorry about that. But what's your typical post-transaction employment agreements look like, particularly for founders?
Yeah. Look, I think ours, our employment agreements don't necessarily specifically tie people in. We definitely want people to be part of our company, how we want them to grow and enjoy them. That goes for not just the founders, but the employees as well. So I think, focusing on that cultural integration piece really is the most valuable thing. Yes, of course, there are earnouts and other things that, are a significant incentive to for founders, former shareholders to stay and ensure that they're met. But by far and away, it's the intellectual capital that we value. So we make a lot of effort to make sure that people want to stay within our group and continue to add value. If there are some founders that after a little while want to go retire and do something different, and provided we've moved then the business is no longer reliant on them, and we've managed to bring up people, then that's no problem. We're happy for them to leave and be on good terms and remain advocates for the group. So I don't think founders leaving is anything we particularly fear, but we also at the same time want to make sure that we retain the intellectual capital that is really the whole reason we've acquired business in the first place.
Terrific. Thank you. Look, we're coming to the end of our panel session, and you've all been remarkable contributors. Thank you so much. Does anyone else have any sort of final comments, observations, or even just a piece of advice for particularly the founders and tech CEOs that are in our audience today? Any final words of advice or wisdom from the buyer community?
I think
Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead.
We'll go Mark, then Lavina.
Yeah.
My overarching comment would be, to think about, as you've heard on today's panel, that there are different perspectives depending whether you're buyer, seller, or in different situations. So I think my recommendation would be to think about that. Try and take yourself out of your bubble and think about it from different perspectives. I think listening to advice, of course, helps you with that. But really the main thing is probably going and thinking win-win. I think if you're transparent and you go in with a win-win attitude, you're far more likely to have a longer-term success than if you go in with shorter term and just trying to get the best deal that you can.
I think that advice will go for a win-win. I think is really key and strategic. Lavina, you get to have the last word.
No. Just to add on to Mark, he actually said a few points which I wanted to cover. Is basically, when you want to sell a business, be sure of it, and be sure of your valuation at the current time versus if you feel you can do justice to your business 5 years down the line rather than selling it now. Be it. Take your time, but eventually be clear in your mind and value what you've worked on more than anything.
Lavina, thank you very much. Alex, do you have any last words?
Don't drop the ball. Focus on your business. Yeah. It will sell if it's the right time and the right buyer.
Terrific. And Samir, any final comments before we close out?
I think don't get swayed by market conditions. Look at your growth potential, all right, and be clear of your objectives.
Well, look, I think we've had an absolutely fantastic discussion today, and thank you so much for all of our panelists for contributing. Please give a solid online applause, please, to Lavina, Alex, Mark, and Samir. Thank you all very, very much.
Excellent panel, Mark. Conversations on artificial intelligence applications, use, and implementation is a trending topic around the world, and M&A is no exception. I am very excited to introduce the next presentation of this conference, 6 Cautions for Using AI Chatbots in M&A by Bruce Milne, CEO and founder of Quorum Group.
In this report, I'm going to talk about generative AI and their use in tech M&A. Beware claims that generative AI, or chatbots as we'll call them, are a panacea for everything from preparing your valuation and executive summary to building a buyer's list and structuring your deal. As experts in both AI and tech M&A, this is naive thinking. Remember, with software-related firms, we're not dealing with companies that have book value or a fixed valuation. It's all about intangibles, your story, what you represent to the future of the buyer. Thus, the price achieved in a properly run global buyer search can be extraordinary. Look, I'm sure many of you have played with these chatbots. We sure have, as you can see from this report. It's fascinating what they can do. But we've run into some limitations and concerns. Here's 6 cautions with using generative AI technology for sale of your software or IT company. First, garbage in, garbage out. Old financial deal data is useless for doing research and valuation comps. Unfortunately, public data from chatbots is often years old, at least months old. You need today's data. Further, the most current data is often available only from expensive private data services or tech investment banks like Quorum, who have large research groups, and this information is not public. Number 2, script neutrality. Price discovery is achieved through the process, creating competitive tension, telling your story about how you can affect the future of the buyer. Thus, the writing has to be extraordinary. Mapping you to best practices and disruptive trends with passionate, armor-piercing sound bites that grab a buyer's attention is not a strength of chatbots. Number 3, what you don't know. Getting an optimal outcome requires information of who's buying in your space, deal specifics, and why. Unfortunately, buyers don't want competitors to know, so they often disclose minimal information or no data. Further, while the chatbots might be able to identify a buyer, it doesn't know specifically who to contact within that firm or submission process. Number 4, disruptive trends. What are the disruptive trends you need to ride to create future value for you and the buyer? What derivative technologies and untapped related markets are there? How will you help the buyer ride the wave of growth these trends create and not fall victim? This is complex stuff, strategizing future beyond chatbot capability. Number 5, you, the big unknown. The chatbot has publicly available historical information, but what does it know about you? Your tax, estate issues, health, long-term family needs, your desire for legacy and a better life. The simplest issues, from whether to do a stock or asset sale to taking earnouts and complex trusts, are issues for professionals, not chatbots. And lastly, number 6, security. The same people supplying AI chatbots are among many of the same hosting social media, clouds, and communication networks. Your confidential information, financials, plans, anything they process in their chatbots is now part of their database to be used forever. Do you trust them not to misuse? What about data breaches? Bottom line, for what is the most important transaction of your life, don't rely solely on AI chatbots. Use professionals who know the buyers, have the process, teams, skills, and experience needed, a track record of success. The process you go through, your story, and the personal buyer outreach is how you gain the trust and understanding needed to get an optimal outcome, that is best price and structure with minimal taxes and liability.
Well, thanks, Bruce. That's a particularly relevant topic of conversation at the moment around the usage of AI across many sectors, but certainly including M&A. Now to our last panel of the day, the Sellers Panel, to learn insider tips from CEOs who built and sold their own companies. It's being led by my colleague Jaber Tanay, Senior Vice President at Quorum Group. Jaber, it's over to you.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mark. And thank you, everyone, for joining this panel. It's my pleasure to be here with you. I would like to suggest that everyone introduces themselves, if possible. Who would like to start? And maybe I'll go on the order of my screen. Lee, maybe you would like to introduce yourself.
Yeah, thanks, Jaber. Lee Trevena is my name. I was the founder of Lease Eagle, which is a lease management solution for corporate and retail tenants. I started my career in corporate and retail real estate back in the early 90s, and after 10 or so years, saw an opportunity to create a system for tenants that was equivalent to the property management systems that their landlords and agents were using. And over a period of 20 years, built up Lease Eagle as one of the leading cloud solutions in APAC for business tenants. And then in January last year, I sold the company to the largest global prop tech, MRI Software. And after a year of transitioning, I'm back doing my own thing, which now also includes being a regional advisor at Quorum in the ANZ market.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Lee. CV, maybe.
Thank you, Jaber. Hi, everyone. I'm not an entrepreneur in any way. I'm a lawyer. I'm a partner in Dentons, Rodike & Davidson in Singapore. I've been in practice in this firm for coming to 37 years now. I have done a lot of M&A deals. I work with startups, venture capital companies. And so having worked on the M&A, I've worked for buyers as well as sellers and had very many interesting deals. Happy to be on this panel and share my experiences.
Thank you. Thank you very much, CV. David.
David Armitage. I am the CEO of Velocity Solutions Group. The company we sold was Velocity Business Solutions, our analytics company. We have a few others. A group makes it sound like we're a lot larger than we are, but we're a modest group of companies. And the analytics business sold 2 years ago to Singtel, their effort to get into the Hong Kong market. And today I'm working on the other bits of the business, Velocity Technology, to get another bite of the apple.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. I had the pleasure to be with my colleague Mark, actually, working a little bit on that deal, and it was a pleasure to hear about it, actually. So same.
Hi everyone. So I am Sam. I have been in a corporate or a corporate professional for over a decade before I chanced upon the opportunity to be an entrepreneur in 2018. And I started as an entrepreneur within a bank, and I spun off the idea out from the bank, set up a business entity, a separate legal entity, launched the product, grow the team, as well as scale the ventures before I sold the company a few months back. So yeah, the company is called Cardsell, and we sold the company to a travel tech company called U2.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Sam. Georg.
Hi, everyone. My name is Georg Ling. I have a technical background. I've been 30 more years in the industry, 15 of them working in private sector, multinationals like Motorola, consulting firms like Scientific Generics in the UK, and then 15 years in government. So I work for the Infocom Development Authority of Singapore as a CTO, and then I worked in research, where I ran a research institute in A-Star, Singapore. Then 7 years ago, a team of us, a group of us came up and formed IDA Technologies. We are a AI ML company that's very focused on the insurance industry. So we build AI solutions. They are used by insurance companies for claims processing and fraud detection. So we did an M&A in January of 2023.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Georg. And thank you very much, all of you. My name is Jabert Tanet. I'm a deal maker with Quorum. I'm actually based in Europe, and I've joined 5 years ago. I have closed several services firms, marketing technology, artificial intelligence, AI firms. And before joining Quorum, I was an entrepreneur. I had actually was CEO of an IT services firm that I acquired myself, run, and sold. And before that, I was also an investment banker. So it's my pleasure to be here with you this afternoon or morning, depending on where you're based, probably mostly afternoon for you. So I would like to float a few ideas and then bounce them off you if you agree. And my first theme that I would like to address is the motivation to exit. When I'm talking to entrepreneurs who are deciding whether to go or not to go to the market, very often the question comes to, is it the right time for me? I mean, and shall I jump now, or shall I wait another year or two? So I would be very interested in hearing about your motivation and what drove you to decide now it's the time. So I don't know how we want to do it. Actually, you can interrupt and jump in. But I would be tempted to do it in other order, actually, to make sure that everyone talks. But so I would probably suggest Lee to comment. And if you want to argue it or interrupt, just please feel free to suggest.
Thanks, Jabert. So the sale process for me was really the culmination of a 5-year strategic plan. When we went, our first idea was really to do a capital restructure and have a number of very patient shareholders that I had on board exit for a new investor to help take us forward. And so initially, that's what we were thinking that we'd do. I felt that I still had lots to achieve. But actually, as we went through the process, the best offer came through for a complete sale. And so while initially, the motivation was to get a new, better aligned, investor, to sort of take out some of the existing shareholders. It ended up being a complete sale, and through that process, it made me take stock of where I was and how much I'd given in the 20 years building up the company. And ultimately, I decided that a sale was good for me as well as the existing shareholders. So it started out as something to kind of provide an financial outcome for investors, and it ended up being a financial outcome for investors and myself.
So it was a smooth transition into M&A, actually. You first made the first step into restructuring, and then you decided to actually go for a full exit. Very interesting.
Yeah. It was. It really came down to the deals that were presented
and the opportunity. Excellent.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. CV, would you like to comment now, or would you like to comment at the end? Because you probably have a view of many different exits, like I would have.
Yeah, there are. I mean, Lee's is one very good example where you may start out thinking you want to still have some skin in the game, but sometimes when the offer is so good, you say, why not? Then I can always move on to something else. Other reasons could be because you're tired, you just want to take it easy and sell off the business after growing it, and maybe someone else, a strategic investor, can come in and do something else, take it to the next level. Taking it to the next level always requires a lot of energy and resource. And some entrepreneurs may be a bit burnt out by that stage. Others are fine, they can go on and they may still sell out and stay on in the management capacity. So they're different. What I would say, however, is that when you make when you know your motivation, you have to be a little bit detached from the process and not get too emotional about it. I have seen entrepreneurs who decide they want to sell, and then when they are going through the process, they get the emotion comes in, and then it's their baby that they grew up, and when they negotiate, they can't sometimes release certain things, and they want to fight for everything and get the best deal because this is their company, when that's not how it works in real life. Buyer and seller will always have differences. If you can put aside the emotion and just focus on the business, on the common sense elements, then you move much faster on it.
I would totally agree with that. Just from my own perspective, I had to detach myself, which I wasn't immediately prepared for, but it was an important part of the process for me to be able to try and look at it objectively, as opposed to this, fifth child that I'd created kind of thing.
Excellent. How about David?
Mine, I think, was just more. I'm no longer a spring chicken, and I do not intend to run this business into my 70s, never mind my 80s. Though some of our clients, some of our friends here are happy doing exactly that, and looking at what possible results would have the best impact on our staff for their future, because at that point we had about 120 people in the group, and they've all got careers, and what do we do with our clients? And I was able to find a good investment banker that saw things the way I did. And so we're lining, and I'm still in that process. So we've sold one of the companies, and one of our directors is now retired and spending most of his time in Thailand and the UK, going back and forth. And the others are in the process of reorganizing the companies that we're working with. So it was a bit to just manage careers, and some of these careers are going to wrap up. What's been interesting for me in this process is learning. I've been going on to the WFS seminars and going on to the Quorum monthly updates and learning about this industry that I knew was there, but know the details of all these small, medium-sized, large companies buying pieces and sticking together and growing, and finding that fascinating. So, Jamar, I can understand why you would do a deal and then working in this industry, and Mark, and that's where a lot of the people come from. I think in Quorum, I don't know the folks at WFS as well, having worked with Mark, but it's a fascinating industry. So it could carry on into something else, and it is right now. We've now got the other bits and pieces that we're putting in, more than bits and pieces, the other companies that we're going through the process of getting them properly organized and strategically invested in. And so it's been a process that I'm not sure where it's going to end, but I do have a cabin on the west coast of Vancouver Island. It's a very, very pleasant place to spend some time, and I wouldn't mind spending a bit more time there, going fishing with Bruce, or having Bruce up to my place, or him going down to his. So
you'll always be more than welcome, actually. Same. Would you like to comment?
Yeah, sure. So as for me and as for Katspal, I always ponder this, right? What would be the next big things that we want to achieve, and how are we able to move to the next level in the best way, right? The best outcome. So one of the options, it's M&A, and to be acquired by a bigger organization, and it would be able to help us to take us to the next level. And another way to do it is continue to expand organically, or even we acquired some smaller players in the market, right? So all these options are on the table. And this opportunity came to us through a very unique kind of opportunity, because in a sense that we didn't really talk about this merger acquisition at the very beginning, but we will talk about the potential commercial opportunity, right? But the conversation evolved into perhaps a minority kind of like a purchase or minority investment into our company, but essentially it continued to evolve to be a 100% buy, right? 100% sell off of the company. So that was pretty interesting, and also a very, very humble journey for me as well to learn. And I guess earlier Siva mentioned about the emotional. Yes, I think it is very real. And in fact, even after the first conversation that, oh, yes, we want to sell the company, but it wasn't as simple as that, right? Because when the emotional kicks in and the conversations or the process can be a bit kind of like a rocky in the middle, but luckily, unfortunately, it ended up very, very well. So probably I can talk a bit more about that later on.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Georg.
Right. When we started the company, we had a certain target we wanted to achieve, right? We came out of R&D, right? R&D labs and so on. We want to show that we can take this technology that we develop and make sure that it can go out into industry and hopefully in a global scale. So that was a kind of ambitions. Then we have to also balance them with risk and reward and so on, right? So to grow our business from where it is before the M&A, to take it to the next level, it requires a lot of capital, right? We are a B2B business, and we are selling to very large tier 1 companies. So it takes the sales cycle is very long, and it takes a lot of resources to sell. So given that we had also COVID in the last few years, that COVID makes selling B2B really, really hard. So the point came when the opportunity arises, we had to say, do we carry on and try and push it to take it to another level where the potential really could be a lot higher, or it could be nothing, right? So it's a risk-reward kind of thing that we decided to buy, because it reached a certain target that we were acceptable, we were happy with, and that's why we did the deal.
Excellent. Thank you very much. It's actually very interesting because the motivations of each one of you are very different, and they cover a large spectrum actually of motivations. I've heard succession, I've heard next steps, I heard a structured plan, and Georg, you just mentioned the growth and need for funding as a motivation for sale, which literally is almost like a case study for all, very different motivations. And I hear Lee actually talking about his first, he was willing to raise funds and he decided to go on a full M&A. And that reminded me of a recent client who I was talking to, and they were mostly motivated by growth and funding of the firm to grow and acquire. And then suddenly the offer was so good because we ran a dual process going for fundraising and also for an acquisition, and the offer was so good that you just decided to sell 100% because it didn't make sense to wait for several years to get more or less the same result. So that was really interesting, actually. And now I would like to focus more on during the negotiation. See, we touched upon the emotion aspect of it. And I do agree it can be extremely complex when you have to deal with emotions of selling something you have invested so much into. That I would like to understand, or if a little bit of feedback from you on how you addressed these emotions and on what did you focus on when you were negotiating. Maybe we can go through the same order, actually, with Lee starting, if you want. And again, please don't hesitate to jump in the conversation and argue if you have a different view. Lee, could you please?
Yeah, sure. So I think I mentioned that my sale was really the end of a 5-year strategic plan. And like David said, I'd been attending WFS seminars just like this, Quorum events, trying to really understand what my little company, in 2016 needed to look like to be attractive to a buyer. And so we'd put a lot of things in place, both in terms of business model, but also in terms of resourcing and strategy. And one of those things was an executive team structure. So even though my company was around 20 employees, we had an executive team of 4, including me. And so what that meant was that the company, although I was the majority shareholder and CEO, operated in more of a corporate sense of having an executive team that were all responsible for decisions. Now, ultimately, I was obviously ultimately responsible for the decisions, but it was decisions by an executive team. And what that helped me do was not take on all the mental and emotional responsibility for every decision. And I think we made a lot better or more objective decisions through an executive team process as opposed to just me being the singular CEO. And so that was not only a good way to run a company, but it was actually a really good way for me to be able to start reducing the emotional, attachment that I had to every decision in the business, if that makes sense.
Thank you very much, Lee. CV, maybe.
So, thank you for Lee. I mean, it's very good that you're able to sort of push some areas to people of your team. And these have to be people whom you trust very well, who are more or less in the same mindset as you as to what you want to achieve. So, for example, if you have 2 or 3 founders who have brought up a company together, they're all good friends, and you make a decision to sell, you got to be on the same wavelength, same page, and not one of you thinking, do we really want to sell? We've invested so much, I actually want to carry on, or, 1 or 2 more eager to sell, notwithstanding what the pricing could be. Because then you have cracks within the team itself, and that's not very helpful. And I've seen this happen, and sometimes I need to just pull my client, the lead clients, out of the whole discussion and say, guys, you need to be very clear what you want. If you're not ready, it's okay to say you're not ready. It's okay to stop the process, set your house in order, and then come back looking stronger, because if you're going to sell, the buyers can sense this tension, and the buyers will go for it and find the weak points. So we sometimes tell our clients, you're not ready, stop the process, go and have a good chat about it, fight it out, do whatever you need to. If you agree, you come back actually much stronger because you cleared all the emotions. So we've done that a few times, not many times, just a few times, thankfully. The other thing is, of course, while you're going through the process, and the buyer may make certain comments about your company or your intellectual property or how you haven't done it so well. It's a choice of words, and you may take offense to it. It's a fine art how to basically brush it off and say, well, this is how we do it. We are confident this is how we've been doing it. You may not agree, but that's fine. This is how we do it.
Thank you very much, David. David.
2 points I would raise. And the first one is not just how to keep the emotion out of the business, but I think how to set up a business and how to sell a business, and how to run a business and sell a business. And that's find a good partner. So the Velocity Business Solutions was set up by a gentleman named Ian Whitehouse, who drove the business. And he had already sold one company previously, so he was experienced. And he was extremely dedicated. The credit goes to him for all the hard work. So my emotion was pretty easy because it was Ian had to absorb it all, which it did make it. And he was he knew what he wanted and he knew what he wanted to get out of it because he'd seen it before. And the other one was, and I think Seti gave a pretty good example of it. Find a good lawyer because this person is going to be very, very close to you, and it's going to be the best investment, the best decision you can make. Our deal was a small company dealing with Singtel, one of their smaller arms, but it was still Singtel and Singtel lawyers. And not to criticize Singtel, but you're dealing with two very, very different cultures in a big organization that is really, really detailed focused to the point where if you're an entrepreneur, someone would have reached across the table and strangled you for some of the stuff. But that's the nature of the beast. And it was our lawyer that was able to absorb that level, and our investment banker, Mark. It was not an easy sale, and they took most of it on. So choosing your partners, choosing who you're going to deal with it, that's the most important decision you're going to make.
Excellent. Thank you very much, David. Actually, David, you were like the board that Lee was describing before. Like he was sitting in Ian's position, and you were sitting in his board's position. Actually, both of you absorbing the shock of negotiating with a much bigger organization. Very interesting.
Yeah, I would second exactly what David said about the right advisors as well, because we were in a similar situation. The company that we sold to wasn't as big as Singtel, but it was still many thousands of employees based out of Ohio in the United States. We're a 20-person company in the bottom of the world. There were definitely times when our legal advisor and investment banker, Dan, stepped in to have the conversation in the right way. And that's really important, what David said about your advisors.
Thank you very much, Lee. Same.
Yep. So for me, I see this as a learning process. It's a learning journey as well. And interestingly, a lot of time we overthink a lot of things, right? So one of the lessons that I've learned throughout this process is that don't really overthink. Have an open conversation with board members as well as a shareholder as well. I think everyone needs to be aligned, right? So I think David mentioned about the alignment as well. I guess that is indeed very important. And most importantly, it's also give ourselves some time so that we want to detach our emotion from the deal. Because once we become more emotion, or once emotion kicks in, you may probably do some stupid things, right? So we want to avoid that. If you are not ready, we are not ready. But we also need to understand that there are some hard deadlines that we need to align to, we need to adhere to. So we need to sort of balance it. And most important thing, give yourself some space, which I did that, and a lot of open communication. And that makes me much better. And when it comes to the real negotiation, that things become much more improved, right? Versus the initial stage.
Thank you very much, Sim. Georg.
We are not a very large company. We are about 35 people. The people in the company are actually quite invested in the company. And over that 6-7 years, of course, we are able to kind of build and gel, okay, through a lot of difficulty, I would say. There are a lot of challenges along the way. But the good thing is within the group, there are different people with different specializations, right? So in the area of fundraising and so on, it's very clearly I had the expertise and the lead, and could guide the team through. And they trusted and respected and trusted what I had to say to them and so on. So when the deal came along, actually, they gave me all the support needed to do the deal, right? In fact, we had multiple offers, and for one of the offer, the one that we finally accepted, actually, I wasn't very happy with it, but most of the team members look at it and say, look, it's more than anything they've seen in their life. They're quite happy with it. I said, so we were really debating, should we run some more and try another round and see where it will take us, or should we just take the money and and say, good, that's good enough, we achieve our goal, let's go on and do something else and see what next, that kind of thing. So I had great support from the team when I did this.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, when CV was mentioning emotions, he was reminding me of a case where we had multiple offers and the price was going up and up. And then at a certain point, we had to manage the emotion of our client because we had the feeling that if we pushed higher, the deal would break. And it was a very, very good deal. And the temptation was there to still continue improving it continuously and indefinitely. So I hear 100% what you said, actually. Now, we've actually covered the motivation to exit, and we've also covered the drivers and the issues that were most important to you when you were negotiating. If we had to sum up what and you all mentioned that this is a learning process. If you had to sum up, what are the top one or two take home advice actually for someone who's going to start, someone who's not in your shoes, but he's in the position that you were in before exiting, what would be the top one or two take home advice that you would give? Let's start with Lee as we did.
Sure. Thanks, Shabir. So being completely ready is the most important thing. Right next to what I said before, or what David said before, choosing the right advisors. And when I say be ready, that's on every level. We've talked about emotion, or being ready to sell emotionally, but being ready for due diligence which is probably the most challenging part of the deal. And that really means having all your documentation being organised and complete. So knowing up front through your advisors what documents you need to have. You don't have the time to go and find those in the deal. You have to be ready with those documents, and they have to be complete, and they have to be authentic and verified and whatever else. So through all of the discussions I'd had with Quorum or been to these WFS seminars, I'd taken all that advice and the experience that was shared to those things, and engaged the right consultants, and had all of our documentation and financial information fully ready to go. And we sailed through due diligence, but it was still the most intense part of the process. And often it was things like two different departments from the acquirer or two different consultants from the acquirer would be asking for the same information in different ways. And so we'd be satisfying multiple DD requests at the same time. And you had to do that, immediately, really, within 24 hours, 48 hours. So, as I say, you don't have the time to go and try and source documents mid-deal. You need to be ready before you jump in. And I would add to that in the due diligence space that appointing a dedicated person who lives and breathes detail and understands the importance of tracking documents down and categorizing and filing and all those sorts of things is a crucial part to getting through due diligence because due diligence is not only a test of documentation and information, but it's a test of how you run your company and how you respond to requests from the buyer. So they're vetting you at the same time as they're vetting the company.
Thank you very much. The preparation make good deals. Actually, that's what we all say and know it. I mean, CV.
I agree very much with Lee on his point about due diligence, and I sometimes tell my seller clients, yes, the due diligence can be a cumbersome process. You need to put everything in a virtual data room and have it all there, and questions will be coming back asking, where is this document? Where is this? Can you clarify this? But I always tell my seller clients, the due diligence is where you are telling the buyer about your company, but you are also protecting yourself down the road. Because at the end of the day, when you sign the agreement, you will be telling the buyer, I have made disclosures of various things in the data room or in a disclosure letter. You basically know everything there is to know about my company. So if something were to arise later on, you cannot say that I withheld something or I hid it from you. The due diligence process is a very important step where you protect yourself, you are being open. And when you do this in this manner, the buyer has confidence that you are actually not hiding anything. You're actually being upfront and open. We may be negotiating on some of the commercial terms, but as far as the way you conduct yourself, buyer says, okay, this guy is upfront, he's telling me everything. Even the difficult issues, he is telling me upfront so that I make that decision properly. The other thing I would actually, or two other things. One is give yourself enough time for the transaction. Quite often, parties might come and one might be saying, oh, I want to do the deal in 2 months' time. It rarely happens like that. But people put this pressure on themselves, and then everybody is working, around the clock trying to do all these things, and then harsh or hasty decisions are made. Or people are prepared to just sacrifice certain points just to get the deal moving. Whether you're happy with that or not is another issue. And the last thing I would say is when you are in the selling position, you must know somewhere along the way what is your definite deal breaker points, and you must know when you want to walk away, right? There must be a point where if it's being too difficult, if the ask is a lot, or you find that you cannot fulfill, or you cannot meet this, or you're not happy with this, you must know when to walk away.
Excellent. Thank you very much, CB. David.
I like the walk away comment. It was the first thing back in my corporate life in North America in negotiating. If you have a walk away price, you're not going to go below. It just gives you power because you're not going to go below it. So that's always a good point when you're negotiating something. But I think Lee and I are sort of in lockstep here. I started with a good partner, and then preparation clearly is those are the top two. So looking for a third thing would be, I think you have to balance doing the deal with running the business, and the deal can be overly consuming, and the business can suffer from it, or you get pulled in too many ways. And how I saw Ian do it, because he was operating his business, his business was managed. He had a very, very good 2IC. David was his 2IC, and he was able to let David run the business. I'm focusing on this. He'd come in, he wasn't walking away from the business by any means, but he had somebody he trusted to make sure that the right decisions were being made, because you're still expected to make some numbers. There's going to be some tail on this deal in general, so you don't want to give that up. And also, depending on what your motivation to sell, if you're looking to walk away, you want to make it as easy as possible for the buyer to say, well, I really don't need you anymore then. You've done everything you can to walk away, and then you can, whether it takes a year or 2 years or 3 years or whatever the deal is.
Yeah. Thank you very much, David. I think if I wanted to jump on what you just said, you still have to do some numbers during the negotiation, and it happens all the time you get an offer from a buyer, a buyer is preparing to make you an offer, and the same question they keep asking and again is, how is the trading going? How is the business? Give me some numbers. And in the moment they see those numbers going south, immediately we're talking about a renegotiation, actually. So I 1,000% agree with you, actually. Same.
Yeah. So David, Siva, and Lee has covered quite extensively. So what I want to emphasize is what was just brought up by David, right? So never neglect your business, because at the end of the day, it is not that you may potentially walk out from this deal. The seller can choose not to continue, right? So it is a two ways. Even after the letter of intent, NDA was signed. So just to ensure that we continue to build the business, understand that the period was very stressful, especially for a smaller organization. So for us, there were 22 of us, and in fact, we tried to, I think at one end, we tried to continue to build the business because we cannot let the numbers go down, because we want to maintain. And also from another angle, we need to involve in this due diligence process, which is quite intensive as well. And yeah, so that was a tough time for all of us, but the end outcome was great. And yeah, so probably everyone needs to work towards that.
Thank you very much, Sam. Georg, it's always difficult to comment after so many interesting comments.
That's right. All very good comments. I would say, some people may be tech or whatever, or you build a business, you need to know your domain and so on. But unless you're a serial entrepreneur or unless you're an M&A business, this may be the first time you do an M&A, right? And M&A has got its own process and so on. So I think getting great advice. Actually, I go to the Quorum website. I learn a lot from what I see on the website. So the advice I would give is please go learn from people who know how to do it and gone through the path before. So I did learn a lot. I wish I had learned even more, having now gone through the process and so on. So yeah. For the first time.
Thank you very much, Georg. That allows me, actually, you gave me the connection to my next theme, and is how do you prepare for the after? Is there anything you would like to suggest so that one can be prepared for the life after signing and closing, actually? Maybe we can continue without the same order, actually, Lee.
Sure, you give me the floor every time, which is much appreciated. So every deal is going to be different, right? And life after, is going to be different for, in each of those situations. In my situation, when we were going through the sale and closing with this particular buyer, I had an expectation that even though they didn't have CEOs for their acquisitions, they had all their acquisitions were folded quite integrated into their core business. So I knew that my role as CEO wasn't going to be the same, and I took on a regional APAC director role, for a period of time. And I kind of imagined that I'd roll into a corporate position again, and like I did 20 years before. But after integrating the business and successfully having Lee Siegel grow strong inside the first 9 months of MRI owning it. My opportunity was going to be elsewhere, which is a personal decision I made. So for me, what I thought I'd be doing changed, and part of that was the fact that suddenly I had a boss. Actually, I had quite a few, and that was very unusual to me, and perhaps I wasn't quite prepared for that, or maybe I'm just a bad employee. But so my life after the deal is great, but is different to what I kind of imagined it would be. And so I think out of that, I would just say that unless it's really clear in the acquisition, given the structure or the nature of the deal, flexibility is a good thing. And the most important thing for me was to ensure that the legacy of Lee Segall would be maintained and it would flourish, which is one of the reasons we went with MRI as the acquirer, because they had made 50 acquisitions before us. They knew what they were doing, but I also knew that Lee Segall would be invested in, and it would look different as a business unit, but it would flourish and still maintain its market position. So that was, So I was flexible, and I would probably suggest flexibility is a good thing post the deal.
Thank you very much, Lee. So a good general doesn't make necessarily a good soldier. That's
maybe when you get a different set of weapons, you're not as good at it. I don't know, but it was a good experience for me. And as I say, I'm very happy with how it's ended up. Very happy.
Thank you very much, Lee. CV.
So I would maybe. And maybe all of you may have had this, but you see, from a legal perspective, when I'm advising sellers, I will look very carefully at the non-compete provisions, because this impacts the sellers/founders. And if you want to have a life after you sell the company, you just want to make sure that the non-compete isn't too broad and isn't too long. So, of course, we would try to narrow down the focus of the non-compete to the specific business that's being sold, narrow the length of time and the geographical spread. That would allow the founder or seller then to, maybe 6 months, whatever it is, and then move on to something new, different. But it could be that because you've grown up in this industry, it's very hard to move to something totally new, right? So apart from a bad general being a bad soldier, a bad general will be worse in any other industry because he just has to learn everything again. It also depends, I guess. I've known some of my seller clients who want to relax, take a break, but generally it's in your DNA, I believe, to be hungry, to be passionate, and to always try and do something new, a new project, move on to another venture, mentor another company to bring up, and it's a very great thing to do. You don't want to be hampered too much into, so that you can do these things. And I think that's a great thing, because that wealth must be shared, it must be taught. So either you become an advisor to Quorum, or you join other companies where you are not restricted from doing so.
Thank you very much, CV.
I'd also just quickly add, if I can, Jabir, that non-competes. I think you definitely need to make sure that they're not too restrictive, but I think you should also just expect that you're not going to be able to just go and do the same thing again. Like, that's just not, they're just not going to let the buyer's just not going to let you do that, right? So it might be in a similar space, and it might have some similarities, but you're just going to have to accept that if for most buyers, they're going to tie you down to not be a direct competitor. That's just part of the landscape.
Thank you, Lee. David.
It really gets down to the individual and the situation you're in. Many of my compatriots in similar situations across the industry have no work-life balance. They work 60 hours a week and 80 hours a week. And if you're that type, you need to, I would say, find a consultant that does work-life balance and help you with the transition, because I think it's going to be an awful lot harder for you. Whether your family's a mess, because it probably is, your money's a mess, because it probably is, you don't have anything to do other than the 80 hours a week that you're doing a job, so you're going to have a big hurdle. I'm kind of lucky, and it gets back to choosing good partners. I chose good partners for a reason. I didn't want to work 60 or 80 hours a week all the time. I wanted to be able to have a life. So I've got more things that I can do. and recognizing that I love to scuba dive and I like to fish and I like to play golf, but I know if I even try for a second to do that as a permanent way of life, I'll go nuts. So getting engaged, like you said, put your will to work. There's so much need out there, especially in the region we're in now. Is one of the I think we're in many ways one of the luckiest economies in the world, because we have such a variety of opportunities, from Singapore and Hong Kong being established markets to growing markets like the Philippines and Malaysia and Thailand. There's stuff going on all over the place. So my advice is find a good charity, get on the board, raise money, because that's the kind of thing that I'm doing now, or find something like that that'll get you engaged. And if you're young enough and you still want to do the entrepreneurial thing, sure, find that other business, but don't repeat yourself. You've done it. Go find something else that's different and interesting.
Thank you very much, David. Very, very, very inspiring. Same.
Yeah. So for me, life after acquisition. So the first or the top priority was to ensure that the team it's pretty much taken care of, and they can integrate well in the new culture, because it can be very different from the existing one. And of course, continue to boost the team morale and constantly talk to them before thinking about myself. So after this, you need to think about what I want next, and probably pace myself as well, give some time to really think about what would be the things that I want to pursue after this. So I think that would be important, because over the past few years, we are the entrepreneur and we are pretty much in the business, right? So now it gives us some opportunity to really reflect and also to see what next for us. So in fact, that is an exciting time.
Thank you very much, Steve. Gil.
I think it's very hard to come up with all these good comments from everybody, right? So I have to do 2 years transition with the acquiring company, and it's going very well. I want to make sure that the team have a good home in the company, and I think it's made easier by the fact that the acquiring company actually is in the same space, was a competitor, and actually it works very well, because right now our product line fits into what they are doing and becomes a core product for whatever they do. In fact, spend a lot of time helping them enter the market and so on. It's a much bigger company, but in a sense, they are coming from outside, whereas we've been in the market for a long time. So that transition is a win-win for everybody. So I want to build a walk away from this, making sure acquiring company felt they got a good deal. Our employees are now integrated in the company. And as for myself, I think I learned so much in this whole exercise. You know, I had a lot of experience in technology, but I think this last 7 years, running a business, starting a business, finding new business model, finding new markets and so on, we learned a lot. And this whole exercise, I realized how many mistakes I made along the way. And I want to make use of this knowledge, right? So it will be quite exciting. And given new technologies like AI, generative AI is coming along in such a big way, with potential in such a great area, I actually look forward to the next few years. That will be exciting. I don't think I'll be running a brand new startup, but probably in a advisory role, helping companies so they don't make the same mistakes that I made before. Very excited.
Thank you very, very much, actually, Gil. It was a wonderful end, actually, because you had the most complicated position, because you always contributed after everyone else, and you ended up in this very optimistic view or outlook of the coming years. So it was my pleasure to be here with all of you, and thank you very much for this very inspiring and comments. And now I think we can hand it to Anna for the next part. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jaber. Amazing insights and experiences shared by your panelists. Before we close the conference, I am happy to share this short video from Quorum, Celebration After the Deal. The title speaks for itself, and I'm sure you will enjoy it.
Langara. the furthest island out in the Gulf of Alaska. Loreto. Jacques Cousteau called it the world's aquarium, Loreto Bay, Mexico. 2 stunning settings for Corum's fishing trips. Celebrating clients from around the world who have recently sold. An unmatched experience. For many, the trip of a lifetime.
Thank you so much for the fabulous time in Mexico. It was a wonderful mix of guests and a very uplifting experience. Hope you enjoyed the photos.
Corum's guests experience unparalleled beauty and legendary fishing at 2 of the world's finest waters.
A big thanks to Corum for guiding us through the process. The personal relations, I think, have been spectacularly good.
We needed to execute the business plan while we're also trying to sell the company. So we needed independent, banker to come in and help us sell the business and do as much as they could to help us so we could run the daily operations.
So we started looking for a partner, we started looking for an agency, someone that might be able to give us some guidance. And of course, we ultimately landed on Corum because we appreciated what they did and what they offered.
It was pleasant surprise to see there were new kind of sectors or areas that had an interest in the technology we had. We were very much focused on the retail technology providers, but there was a broader circuit than we had thought existed.
The eventual buyer liked us because we complemented their existing one of their existing products.
There's always going to be moments during the process where you're getting frustrated, and somebody who's been through that process before can just go, look, this happens, calm down, it's all going to be fine.
Definitely now I can say that having an advisor is a huge asset, because this is not easy for everybody. As an entrepreneur doing business on daily basis, they are experts in the fields of operation, but selling company is a huge challenge, and having the right advisor it's a huge advantage.
One, you're not going to catch anything if you don't put your line in the water, and you want to have as many lines in the water as possible.
Since 1988, Corum's clients have been celebrating at these extraordinary locations.
Corum quickly came to the top of the list because they really did specialize in software companies.
Corum specializes in selling software companies globally.
I found that they were able to react and understand the situation very quickly.
Specifically, being able to organize all the pieces and parts that would become valuable as we went through the deal.
Having an independent party sort of rationalize your evaluation.
But it's important, and the valuation can be higher if you can keep 2 or 3 interested players in at all times.
So a fair price can be achieved by a large number of bidders.
Which means that we really doubled the price that we got for the company from the initial bid.
And we take basically a position of Switzerland. Now when the deal is done, we're all friends.
Langara and Loreto, for the best fishing in the world. Fitting places to celebrate the most important transaction of your life. The successful sale of your company.
It's been a long presentation, a long series of panel sessions today. We hope you've enjoyed all of them. We're coming towards the end of our conference. We hope you'll be able to join Corum and WFS for many other future events. And we've got upcoming Selling Up, Selling Out conferences right across the world, including Raleigh-Durham, Budapest, and Ho Chi Minh City. And also upcoming merge briefings in cities including Manchester and Pittsburgh. You can visit corumgroup.com to sign up. And with that, thank you everyone for joining us. I'm going to hand you over to Anna for some final words on the conference. Anna, over to you.
Thanks, Mark. And thank you to all our presenters and speakers for another insightful conference. Also, to our audience, we appreciate your participation today. There will be an attendee survey that will open automatically after closing for you to give us your valuable feedback. Visit WFS.com for more information on events coming up. The WFS hosts weekly webcasts that are less than 30 minutes, and this is a great opportunity to hear about the latest growth and exit opportunities for tech companies in emerging trends, specific sectors, and regions throughout the world. I also invite everyone to subscribe to Tech Exits. This is our WFS podcast series, where we talk about best practices in M&A, some of the latest trends and drivers, And most importantly, many stories from strategic and financial buyers, CEOs, and founders who have sold. You can find all of this information online at WFS.com. If you'd like to get in touch with the WFS team, speakers, or the Quorum Group, email us at info@WFS.com. On behalf of the WFS, we'd like to thank you for taking the time to join us today. See you next time.